Okay, good morning everyone. We might get started. It's 9:30, so kia ora koutou, good morning, and welcome to our Environmental Services Committee meeting for the 17th of June. I must say I've been away overseas for 3 weeks. It feels like I haven't been here forever, but it's great to be back. I'll first welcome members of our community board. So we have Rosie Woods here from Geraldine, welcome, and we're expecting Nicola Namo from Temuka and Kathy Wilkins from Pleasant Point, but they're not quite here yet, so we won't record their apologies except maybe for lateness. Are there any other apologies? Looks like we've got a full team here today. So we will move on. I don't think we've got any public forum. Identifications of urgent business. I have one. I just want to have a quick discussion and potentially pass a resolution on making a submission on the RMA reform. Are there any other items of urgent business? No. What about minor nature? Again, I have one. Mr. Cooper attended a Rakitata River strategy update yesterday, and it'll be good just to get a brief update on that. Any others? No. Any conflicts of interest today? No. So we'll move on to the first item on the agenda is 6.1, which is confirmation of the minutes from our meeting on the 15th of April. Does anyone have any? Oh, sorry, yep.
I do
Councillor
have a conflict. Report 8.1, just to note that I'm a commissioner on the PDP.
Cool. Awesome, thank you. That's okay, don't be sorry. You can just approve the minutes if nobody has any omissions, corrections or discussion. Okay, so moved by Councillor Scott, seconded Councillor Shannon. Thank you, all in favour. Carried, thank you. 7.1, schedule of functions attended. Kind of cut short halfway through May when I went overseas, but that's what I've been up to. Any questions on that? If not, I will move that we receive and note this report. If someone would like to second that. Mayor Nigel, thank you very much. All in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, so we'll move on to our one and only report of this meeting, and I'll welcome up Mr. Burrell to speak to his report on the Biodiversity Protection Update Report. I'll just hand over to you and assume the report's been read, but yeah, if you'd like to highlight anything in there, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So fun topic to start off the day with. So biodiversity is sort of like a label which encompasses a lot of aspects that, well, from penguins to bats really, and a lot of very passionate people out there in the community. So it's a statutory function. We, under the Resource Management Act, there are many strands to it, which I hope this paper alludes to. So quite broad in nature across different parts of council, and it permeates a lot of our activities. And I note that there is an item coming up on the Caroline Bay Master Plan, and I mean, there's mention of how biodiversity will be incorporated into that as well. So I've sort of set out what we do, why we do it, keen to obviously answer any questions, and also some opportunities to perhaps improve what we do as well. So with that, yeah, I'm very pleased to have your questions.
Just before we open up for questions, thank you, Mr. Burrell, for this report. I actually think it's a great reminder to councillors what our role is in relation to biodiversity, and we tend to forget that it is a statutory requirement, and also a reminder of the commitments that we've made under various strategies like the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy and also the Waitaraka Lagoon Strategy, for example, of two, and we need to just bear in mind the content of those strategies and the commitments we've made when we're thinking about funding in various long-term and annual plans. But other than that, yeah, Nigel.
Yeah, look, through you, Madam Chair, I tend to agree. I think, it's interesting and a good reminder. We talked about that biodiversity role, and I think we had funding, and obviously we've had some challenges while we work through staff changes, etc., in the organisation. But it's a reoccurring, and I think a lot of us just go, well, hey, it's ECAN's role, but it's not ECAN's role, it is our role, but we don't actually have dedicated staff in that space. So again, it's something we probably should be considering, whether it starts with that 0.5 role that we've sort of committed to previously, but I guess we probably need to work through the current changes and then look at it in the new financial, I expect, yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Sorry, and just a really,
Sorry.
a really good report. I think it's great, and to your point, just reminds us of what we are doing, and we're doing some really good stuff. But we can probably do some more and take that further for who is here in the next term of council.
I actually just have one question. At point 11, you talk about there were 17 submitters were heard on the National Environment chapter in the proposed district plan. Can you give us a flavour of what those submitters were? Like, were they strongly against the SNAs imposed on their property, or were they just, seeking a tweaking of the rules, or were they in support?
Look, that's a great question, and it's actually one that I haven't really looked deeply into. I think there are there's a mixture of different views. You obviously get your stakeholders on one side and you'll have your landowners on the other.
That's okay, yeah. Okay, if there's no other questions, it's probably an indication of a report really well written, thank you. So thank you for that. We'll just move to the recommendation. So that the Environmental Services Committee receive and note the Biodiversity Protection Update report. If somebody would like to move that, thank you. Councillor Burt, seconded Councillor Jackson. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much, Mr Burrell. Okay, so that's the end of the main part of the meeting. So we'll just move on to the urgent business item, and I might ask for Mr Cooper's help here, but the government has recently put out a series of documents on consultation around reform of the Resource Management Act, and are seeking feedback. So feedback closes on the 27th of July, and we don't actually have another environmental services meeting or really time to bring anything forward to a council meeting. So I'm kind of keen, I think the norm would be to officers to draft a submission and seek input from councillors, and then if councillors are comfortable with that, delegate authority to the chair and the mayor for the final sign-off. Is there anything you want to add about the topics or what council might be interested in, or am I a bit premature for that?
Through you, Madam Chair. This round of consultation is fairly early on in the piece, but it does involve topics such as freshwater management. There's an infrastructure component, and I believe the most significant to this district plan review would be the treatment of Class 3 soils under the NPS, National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. So I think they're the highlights for us or of most interest in terms of how we put our feedback together. Is there anything you want to add to that, Mr Burrell?
Well, you can't forget granny flats.
Is there, thank you. Yeah, no, there is a whole section on the granny flats, isn't there? There's quite a lot of information. Has anyone had a chance to read what has been published and have any thoughts or strong views that they want included in the draft submission?
No, just thinking as far as process, we do. If we wanted to bring it back to a meeting, there is council meetings in and around water that we could tie it to the final decision. Where do we get to an end, Stephen? Middle-ish July? Because did you say 27th?
Yeah, it's the 27th. I thought that there is,
We're
there's
just
a meeting
making-
next week, which we won't make, obviously.
There's some changes being made just to
Okay.
fit the schedule.
I don't know, what is everyone comfortable with? Shall we draft the resolution that the preference is to bring it back to a council meeting, but if that's not possible, to delegate the final form to the mayor and the chair?
Look, it's just an option, but I would be
Yeah.
comfortable with the delegation as well. I think
What
most
is
probably
everyone comfortable with? Delegation? Okay, Stephen, are you able to help me with the resolution, or do we just resolve that officers draft a submission, circulate it to councillors for feedback, and delegate to the mayor and the chair of the Environmental Services Committee to approve the final form? Nailed it first time. Would someone, thank you, Councillor Scott's going to move that. Does somebody want to second it? Thank you, Councillor Burt. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, there's no other urgent business, so we'll just move on to minor nature. And I'll just pass over to Mr Cooper to give us a brief update on the meeting he attended yesterday on the Rakitata revival strategy.
Uh, Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Yesterday we had a meeting of the steering group for the Rakitata revival strategy. And I don't think we'd had a meeting for some time. It might be about a year. It's been a long time anyway since it was decided to go back and do some rework. Those conversations have been had during that period, and there's been a decision to split the document into two. So the first half of the document will become the strategy itself, and there's been a decision to separate out the actions and how it's going to be implemented that was formerly included in the document. So there's now going to be the strategy as the first half, and the implementation plan will become the second half of what was the whole strategy a year ago. The hooks in the document for our council were the inference that could be drawn in its former content, which was that it could be used within statutory decision-making under the RMA. We've found that to be quite problematic, particularly as it related to the south branch of the Rakitata, over which obviously there's quite a bit of farmland, and our rural economy has got quite a bit of skin in that particular portion. So we had to remove any mention of South Branch, which was removed from the document. In this discussion yesterday, it was introduced from Arawhanua by the chair, Fiona Pym, that she would like it mentioned in the document, not necessarily in the way that it was before, but just acknowledge that it exists. And we had a discussion about it being aspirational in terms of a goal for any further development in terms of the revival of the Rakitata for the South Branch. It had to be aspirational, intergenerational and non-statutory. So that was covered again in discussion, and a new timeline for introducing this back to councils for approval and other partner agencies and organisations before then going public after that. So the important part of the next steps we figured was that particularly I'd say Ashburton and Timaru district councils was the quality of the consultation, and we both asked that that be face-to-face in terms of the South Branch in particular, and Ashburton's focus being RDR. But we didn't want to leave anybody behind. We think it's really important that those landowners are on the journey as well and supportive of it, not threatened by it, and they feel included. So there was an emphasis on the quality of that consultation. The timeline was pretty ambitious, to be honest. And I understand that there's a strong desire to get this strategy through the process prior to the elections. But it was a little bit ambitious, and I think it's largely dependent on the quality of that consultation as to whether or not we will see it through. But just this, I'll just give you some indications here. So the steering group met yesterday. The working group would be briefed on the approach that came out of that meeting before the end of June. July will be the consultation on the changes and where we're at and what we're hoping to achieve going forward. And there is, we did ask that for targeted groups that be face-to-face. So there was a quality interaction, as it were, with the project group and the landowners and affected parties. The first week of August, there was a summary to be shared back with the steering group as to progress, and then by the end of August, the project team were hoping to have it before the councils and organisations for endorsement, with final strategy communicated to the public before the end of September. So that is the timeline that was outlined yesterday. And as I say, it's ambitious, but it's potentially doable. So we'll just see how it develops. That's about it, Madam Chair, I think, unless there's any questions.
Yeah, any questions on that? Thanks, Mr. Cooper. That was a great update. I'd probably just like to add that it may seem like an abstract idea to a number of people in the room, but like the Waitaraka, this is a key document for our region, and it's really important that we understand what we're signing up to and engage in it, and if we commit to it, remember the commitments that we've made. But thank you. There being no further business, I shall close the meeting at 9:48. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance.
Welcome to Infrastructure Committee. I'd like to welcome Rosie Woods from Geraldine. Welcome, Rosie. We have received no apologies this morning and we have no public forum. Any identifications of urgent business? Anything that needs a motion? No. Identifications of a minor nature? Yes, Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, just like an update on Strathallan Corner, where we're at, what the design is going to be and when it's happening, because according to our website, it should have been completed by now under City Town in July. So there's rumours floating around that we haven't even got a developed design for it. So I'm just keen to know everything about it.
Thank you. Mayor Bowen.
Yeah, so just on the Claremont, I just see there's, so the Claremont Road, I see there's been a couple of stories and it's more around who's followed up with the residents. So there's that one. And also hot topic tiles, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about showgrounds, thanks. Showgrounds intersection.
Anything in particular regarding the showgrounds?
The council's role in the administration of the consent that's causing the issues.
Okay. And I would also like to table a letter that goes with a report 8.3 that hopefully you've all been given a copy to. Thank you. Conflicts of interest. I have a conflict of interest with 8.3 as the letter submitted is from my nephew and his wife. So I will stand down and Councillor Oliver will chair report 8.3. Moving on to the minutes, 6.1. I'm happy to move those minutes if I've got a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Burt. All those in favour? Aye, carried. Let's move to report 7 on page 20. Functions that I've attended, I'm happy to move my report. Can I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? Aye, carried. Let's move to reports now. 8.1, actions register. We'll go through this one by one. So the first one is regarding the update on Peel Forest, which now is been approved to remove off this register, and it will be updated on our general projects. Yep. Okay, everyone's with that. The second one is regarding the report on reductions of walking, cycling and road safety programs. That has been completed. The third one is Claremont Road. So I'll let Andrew speak to this update, please.
Thank you, through the Chair. So we're working with the vegetation control on Claremont Road, but a lot of the vegetation is actually on private property at the moment, and we have no power basically to get that removed. But we have been in contact with the landowner and we have served some notices on him for overhanging vegetation, which is on the road reserve, but we can't do much about the actual road on private property itself.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, just to tidy up for the minor nature, my question was more around, Barry came and presented to us, but no officer appears to have followed up, and this is missing from time to time in the fact that we have these conversations, and I feel it's not really governance role, it should sit with an officer, and then we get, front pages on whatever. It was the Courier last week and it states there's no follow-up, and this is what I feel like is missing. We've got an actions register, but who's dealing with the individual, and then even around the process of, reducing speed limits, etc., and just, how that is going to work moving forward. So I just feel there's a real miss as far as our comms from when we have a discussion on something in governance in the chamber to, to actually some action or next steps. So I just feel that that needs to be picked up we're making assumptions as soon as we've discussed it, that something's going to happen, but then it needs to be on someone. So whether it's more clearly communicated in the actions register, we can give some thought about that, but also I think it needs to come from both SLT and governance to make sure these things are covered.
Andrew, do you want to talk about the reverse of the central government review?
Yeah, I can do that. Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, fair point, and we will certainly take that action to contact the whoever, was it Barry Crosman who presented, so yep, definitely do that. Just the other point make was about the speed limit too, that we are working through our speed limits. Our government direction at the moment is that we have to review the speed limits that we have are below, I guess, what they consider a national standard. So some of those ones where we reduce the speed limit, we have to do more justification around that and potentially reverse some of them if it can't be justified. So we're working through that process at the moment. After that's been completed, then we can start looking at new speed limits at that stage. And we are also exploring the possibility of actually reenacting our speed limit bylaw again, which will give us more control. At the moment, of course, it's under the National Speed Limit Register, which is a government-held document. So we have to follow those government rules.
Councillor Pye.
I was just going to ask, are there any temporary measures we can put in place? Because that sounds to me like, yes, that's a process we have to work through, but that's going to take a very long time. And, you know, like you see the 60 km/h flashing lights at Rangitata, Arari Bridge Road corner. Is there anything like that we can put in place that may help the problem in the meantime?
Is that what Elliot's working on?
Yeah, I think we're seeking some legal advice on that matter, yeah. But there is options to have temporary speed limits, but they have a 6-month life only. And again, there has to be some sort of justification there.
Councillor Burt.
Mr Dixon, can you give us some context for the interaction we had with the neighbour, or the landowner, I should say, in relation to that foliage? Your report just was almost said that we went there and as a consequence we've served some notices. I would hate to think that we didn't have some meaningful dialogue, and then as a result, that person is opposed to it. If that's basically all I need to know, and also anyone listening, and then as a result we have then followed due process. Would that be correct?
Yes, I understand that is the correct. The dialogue happened with the landowner, yeah. And the notice was just a formality, really. Yeah.
Or the person, I shouldn't say he. The person is not opposed to it, or is opposed to it.
I'd have to find that out, to be honest.
Thank you.
It always scares me. Why are we getting legal advice? Surely we know how temporary speed limits work.
I think it's regard to reviewing the bylaw for it.
Our own lawyer, haven't we?
Yeah, Elliot's working on it, on the bylaw regarding.
So our in-house.
Remember, it's internal legal advice too.
Okay, that's a lot better.
The traffic department or the police, can they not keep an eye on things up there and it's probably just a couple of rat bags that are upsetting things, but it won't matter if you put a speed sign up or not, but it just needs to be controlled.
Yes, Councillor Oliver.
I mean, just a quick question on speed limits. I know that's not the topic right now. Currently, the speed signs that are up, that we've put up over time, there's been I've had some conversations about the E-roads aren't picking up the new speed limits. Is that because the speed limits that are there currently are only gazetted at the moment and not legal, binding, or how does that work?
Some of those speed limits haven't been confirmed yet, so therefore won't go through to the actual registers and gazetted. So hence that's why it's not been picked up. Yeah.
I'd just like to go to Mr. Trainer, who's online.
Yeah, hi everyone, and sorry I can't be there, so I don't want to give you all COVID. I think we need a process to actually establish, is there a case to change speed limits or not? Because we should be consistent with all roads. And I think if we had such a process, then this would become a lot easier, because we get people coming every now and then saying we want our speed limit reduced, but actually when you go and travel the road, you go, why? And I think we've got to really establish that.
That'll be the next step.
Thank you, Mr Traynor.
Yeah, I agree we do need process. I think the challenge that Councillor Oliver has is probably doesn't pick up MITSI plug-in hybrids. That'll be the issue there. But you know, the likes of Claremont Road, if you do go and drive that one, it's a narrow road. It's had lots of build-up over time of residential. It's the classic challenge that we have, and then you have speed limits that are too high. I don't think there'd be anyone that would say that that doesn't need to come down to 80, but we just need a better process around how we do that. If you drive 100 on that road, it's just, yeah, it doesn't feel safe. You've got lots of traffic.
The speed limit setting rule defines that process quite extensively, and we have to work within the rules to make that speed limit legally binding. And it does involve community consultation, and there was, in this particular case, extensive community consultation as part of the last speed limit management plan. And the number of residents on Claremont Road did submit, I understand, but no, they didn't. No, so there we are, Susie. So there weren't any residents that submitted on it. Claremont Road is no different to a lot of other roads, like Hadlow Road through there, Brockley. Yeah, there's many of them out there that are of the same speed limits. And the other point I make is that it's a speed limit, not a speed target. So it's drive to the conditions.
So, in summary, at the moment we're working on reversing the central government directives for speed limits.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we are also reviewing our local bylaw regarding speed limits.
Yes.
Yes. So that's the current. Okay. Anything else? All right. And then the last one is regarding tenders and procurement. A template has been prepared and will be presented in August. Okay, can I have a mover for the action register update, please? Thank you, Councillor Scott. Second to Councillor Burt. All those in favour? All right. Carried. Okay, we're moving on to report 8.2. And I just want to go back to the minutes, just to make sure everyone's refreshed their memory. 8.2, last meeting we agreed when we reviewed the budget, we would look at the definition of what the budget supports and reviews when it's prepared to spend on that budget and let the stakeholders know. So that's on page 14 of your current agenda. So we've got the temporary road closure applications here today. I'll take the report as read. I welcome Susie up. Thank you. Kia ora, Susie.
Yes, Morena. Thank you very much for that. And since the writing of this report, we have been approached, and release of the minutes, we have been approached by some of the Christmas parades and that wanting to confirm that there is funding available for those to still go ahead. So they'll come in future reports unless you'd like to change any of the recommendations in the report now. But as you can see, we still have a number of road closure requests through, and keep in mind that the Council needs to approve the road closure for an event, but the decision can be made by the committee to fund or not fund. So the decision will always be to close and then deciding around funding the event from the community fund. The fund is still tracking to under the $100,000 per annum that is allocated through the long-term plan. And we obviously had a pretty successful first ball without using a road closure, so we'll continue schools for that activity. So that's worked quite well. So I'll take the report as read and take any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Pye.
Thank you for this report. I got a little bit confused with some of, well, actually, no, first of all, sorry, I'll start with the definition that you've included on page, sorry, I've just moved away from it. Now I can't find it. Page 27. You talk about commercial events where the primary activity is sale and marketing of goods versus the community events where the primary activity is entertainment, recreation, celebration. Do you have some kind of guidelines that assist officers in making that decision? Because sometimes it is not 100% clear. When you think about markets and that where all the stallholders are commercial operations, but the purpose of the market, it might be like Matariki, for example, is a celebration. And I just wondered if you have, or will you develop some guidelines to assist officers in making that decision? That's my first question, and I'll find my others.
Thank you, and that's a great question. Yes, we do. So when we worked with the community events team for Smarty grants, there is some process we work through there, where it's solely making, attracting funds for an individual or entity versus the greater support for the wider community in an event where hopefully it will bring more people to the township. So yes, so that certainly is in there. And yeah, we're certainly happy to reconsider the guidelines if there's any need to, but yeah, they are included within the policy for grants.
Okay, and then thank you for that, that's great. My confusion was on some of the actual application, well, the application forms and the recommendations and more in the detail from the officers. And for example, and it seemed to be a number of them, but I'll just use this one as an example. Page 37, they recommend that we approve the traffic management for the soapbox derby to be funded from the community events and programs budget. But then when you scroll down to page 38, it says the applicant will pay for the traffic management costs. They are investigating funding options. And then it seems to be through the report, there's a few like that where it goes, we recommend we fund it, but then it says they don't meet the criteria for funding. And that's where I got totally confused.
No, that's a good point, and I suppose that's come from officers being a little bit concerned, well, not concerned, just trying to make sure we are following direction given at last infrastructure meeting and advising applicants that they may not attract funding, that yes, they'll likely get ahead and get their road closure and that will ask for funding, but they may not be successful in that.
So if we take the next one, which is the Geraldine Festival 2025, so the officer's recommendation is that we fund it, but then the officer is saying this event does not meet the criteria. So you're asking us to fund something that doesn't meet the criteria. And that's where I'm confused.
I understand, and it's one that has historically been funded under that program, and obviously through the annual plan process, council was looking at or asked to look at whether or not that fund would be reduced or stay at that $100,000 per annum. So it was a case of, okay, we need to advise the parties, which we did following the event, that there may not be funding available for their event because they don't fully meet the criteria. They are able to provide further information as to why they believe this is a valuable community event for the community and will bring revenue to the community. That hasn't been received for those events yet, but I suppose we're trying to cover a few bases that yes, it can be funded, it loosely meets the criteria, but there'd be more information required.
So then my next question is, when you're talking about budget, that's only till 30th of June. So, and I'm not picking on the Geraldine one, I don't have a view on that. But for example, that's not till November, so that cost will fall into next year's budget where we get to adopt that budget. So is there an option to approve the road closures and make the funding decision once we've had that, approve the budget for the long-term plan and know that that is locked and loaded?
Yes, absolutely there is. And obviously this financial year, so the last event in November was funded out of this budget. So the reoccurring nature of the event and the availability of the budget, since basically cutting the school balls out and working with schools in a different way, we have been able to fit within the budget for this financial year and again for next financial year.
Yeah, I think the thing is we can't just stop and wait for budgets to be approved because these events have to be planned well in advance. So what we're trying to do is give them some assurity that if they don't secure funding, that council will fund it, but we are encouraging them to go and get that external funding if possible. But because they have to plan so far in advance to get things done, they need that surety early on.
I'm just worried that if we commit to all of these, we're locked and loaded with another $100,000 budget. And if the decision is to cut that budget to, for example, $50,000, what happens then? We're going to run out of money really fast.
That decision hasn't been made. 100,000 is what is in the budget at the moment. And yeah, so, you know, we've had discussions on this and it's been supported that it remains at 100,000 at this stage.
Okay, that gives me a bit more comfort then. Thank you.
I'm just a little bit confused. So, like, if we're telling them that that funding is pretty much going to be guaranteed in advance, then what's the motivation for them to go out and actually find their own funding source?
I guess the motivation is that that funding may not happen in the future and they might sort of start to look at those alternative funding mechanisms now, at least start planning for it, approach it, see what they can get. And if they can get a long-term deal, that would be great, a long-term sponsorship. But, it's about these events, so you're giving them a bit of a heads up. It is going to be an incremental approach.
Not unusual, but I'm confused. I thought we were reducing the budget, therefore we told the high schools we wouldn't be funding them. Because otherwise we've had this big discussion about nothing because we're not changing anything. So we went through it and said we would reduce the budget, therefore the high schools were the first that could find their own funding or change the way they operated. We also talked about straight commercial entities coming for us for funding, and we're going to cut them out. So I'm not sure that we did leave 100 in the budget, because this makes all this discussion pointless if we haven't changed anything.
Yeah, so last financial year, we went over budget with the Bulls as well, so it was over the $100,000. So we've kept to the $100,000 for this financial year by working with the schools differently and making sure we stay within the budget. What is in the annual plan model is the $100,000 at this point in time, and obviously when we've met 6 weeks ago, at the last infrastructure committee meeting, discussions were yet to be had, and we're out to consultation in regards to should we be reducing these grants budgets or not. So that was a conversation, and we did go away as officers and contact all of our known event providers and let them know that the funding at this stage was unknown and unconfirmed.
It's all of that. At the same token, with the same token, we need to come up with a policy. God help us, another policy. But something that looks at, you look at those events just from a high level, and you know that in each one of them, I'm not sure, and I don't want to single out the criterion, but all of them serve a purpose for the betterment of our community, and and especially in trying times and what have you. These are the sorts of things that we have to make hard decisions around. And yes, that criteria that you just said before is 100% correct. There needs to be also something that comes back to us, if it all has to come back to us, that says, in this case, it's for this reason, these are the benefits that are going to apply to it and what have you at some level, so that we can basically make these things, relatively quickly, because this is just becoming an absolute drag.
I think the key point is that we have a budget envelope. We don't have to spend that budget, and we're trying to be as economic as possible and to reduce the expenditure. Each one of these events, there is a recommendation there to fund it or not, and this committee can choose to fund or not.
Can I just add that 100% agree with what Councillor Bird is saying, and I'm not saying these aren't great events for the community. I have an issue with approving funding when there is something in the report that says this does not meet the criteria to be funded. That is my issue.
Fair enough. Fair point.
On just a good example of some of the costs here, and I presume that the costs are being repeated time and time again, the $450 fee for the cost of the preparation of temporary traffic management plan. Surely once you've done one, it's really, it's going to be the same plan the next year as it comes round. So that cost should not be incurred. And plus, why don't we just have a fixed fee of roughly $2,000 for something, and that's it. Anything over and above that is their care. But we could have 50 events at $2,000. And once they've done a plan and it's just a repeat, it doesn't need to incur that $450 fee. You know, and then we're the ones actually pushing all this onto these people. So we're actually the problem. And so why can't we be the solution? I think there needs to be some common sense applied here. So just...
Councillor Booth is right that we push a lot of this onto ourselves, but then when we create regulations and things, we have to meet our own principles and all that sort of stuff. So with the new risk approach to this and the fact that the government is sending clear messages, there needs to be some sort of scaling around that. Is there a way to do some of these events? I know that full road closures require a certain amount of work and everything. Is there another way of doing it? And the $450 fee, is that the going on the system, presenting the plan, producing the plan, having it signed off by ourselves? No?
Very good questions. So the $450 fee isn't charged by council at all. So this is the work to pull together, update. It would cost a lot more than $450 to draw all of the layouts that are required. So this is the rinse and repeat, the change the dates, make sure you've got the right STMS, site traffic management supervisor names, you've got the right responsibilities thing. So this is something that is charged by the contractors, and it's fairly standard across whatever contractor we are using. We can't do it ourselves because we are the regulatory authority as per legislation, so it does need to be provided by a planner. If the event organisers had access to a planner, then that could be quite a bit cheaper. So the events actually cost staff time that is not categorised or on charged, obviously, at this point, because it would just be a money go-round for these events. But it's certainly something that we'd need to look at fees and charges for future commercial events in future years. So we are looking at that much more closely. We are, and we're working as fast as we can with the risk-based approach. We are working through creating the advice note, which is out to peer review for our internal work, so it's got to go to external peer review. The intent with the risk-based approach and the guidelines that have been released by both WorkSafe and the Transport Agency was that there'd be a whole heap more advice notes out by now that would have been produced by the higher regulatory authority, so by NZTA, by WorkSafe, and they haven't come to fruition yet for this type of thing, which is why we're working closely with the school community on the balls to advise, how that could work with overlapping duties. So at the moment, we are still working under what is COPTM, the Code of Practice for Temporary Traffic Management, and that does require a person and a truck to be on site when these events are undertaken, even though there might be marshals that are volunteers for these events. So that's where the cost comes in. It's the person with the truck. I think I answered your question. Thanks, Councillor Burt.
Okay, so taking Councillor Pye's comments about meeting the criteria and the review that is pending, is it palatable to approve the road closure but not the funding until we have decided on the new policy going forward, and that will give them an opportunity to reapply for funding if they meet that criteria?
It's just the Matariki night market that actually falls into this financial year is covered by this budget. That's very soon that I would be comfortable approving the funding. The others are a really long way away, and I think we can do better.
Yeah. I would support that. They're both in November, the other two.
I think that as far as the Geraldine Festival organisation going forward is that they need certainty sooner rather than later. They've had their events manager pull out on them, and they do need to know that that money is available. They only got $5,000 from the VT Events Fund last year, which wasn't what they applied for, and it will be difficult to probably hold their event if they didn't get this funded and didn't know today that it wasn't going to be funded, because they will have to look for that funding from somewhere else, from other quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And although it's in November, it's actually not that far away, to be fair.
Why is it so more expensive than the other events? It's like 3,000 more expensive.
Because they're closing the state highway. And they're closing 2 days. So they're closing 2 roads on 2 days, and they're actually closing the state highway, 79. The event is in the main street of Geraldine.
Yes, Susie.
Just going to comment on the comments that Councillor Peter Burt made earlier. I think that's some really good things that we could do, because we do have a policy around it. We do have the criteria, so we're using old template sheets because the turnaround time for that. So I've made some notes here, and I think bringing in some of those benefits that each individual event will provide to the community in that report. So in the approval template would probably help Councillor Pye with that information, so we can actually say, hey, here's what this event is achieving, here's what it contributes, here's kind of the number of people. So then maybe the recommendation will change in the future is to see this section for background and make a decision to fund or not, as opposed to it being please fund and it doesn't quite meet the criteria. I suppose the reason it doesn't quite meet the criteria is because stalls are charged, so people have to pay to enter to sell their wares, which technically makes it a money-making event. So that's why it doesn't technically, and same with soapbox derby, people pay to enter, so it doesn't technically meet the criteria of a free event. It's free for the community to attend, but not free for people operating.
Any further discussion? Does anyone want to put forward a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move motions, all the recommendations above, 1 through 7. I don't know if you want to do those individually or together.
We'll try your motion first. So recommendations 1 to 7. Yep. Is there a seconder for 1 to 7? Okay, Councillor Shannon. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. How many was that? 5. All those against? 4. Carried. 5. I couldn't see Councillor Booth out of my eye.
Just a point of order. So the issue for not doing it is because at the moment the report speaks against itself. It's exactly. It's not hard for that to be put right because we now have an understanding. So, what we need the one from Matariki, but how can we resolve this without having to go round in circles again? Because it is hard to vote for a document that speaks against itself.
I think you should put them separately.
The issue.
Mr. Trainer's online.
The issue here is we're going to set criteria, and we're going to come across this time and time again where events that have historically been funded may not meet the criteria, but then it's up to council whether they believe that it should be funded or not. And I think you're going to have 3 categories. You're going to have those that, yes, these comply, these meet the criteria, should be no-brainer. These are the ones that actually don't strictly meet the criteria, but for a whole host of reasons we want to approve. And then we've got a bunch that don't meet the criteria and therefore it's quite clear. So that middle group, we need to put more work on how do we get them into either in or out? And that's the trick, I think.
So just a point of order for process.
It's a bit like it's a bit like our grants process. You know, there's a conversation about some of the applicants for grants either through BT or us, and a number of them were saying, well, actually, they've been going so long now they can wash their own face. But again, we're reluctant to pull the grants. So it's a similar thing.
Okay, so just for process, point of order, the motion's still on the table and hasn't been finished, so the chair does have a casting vote, so we need to finish that part of the meeting before we go on.
Casting vote usually aligned to more stakeholders.
Okay, I'll vote for the motion. It will pass. But I think there's some urgent, serious work we need to do so we keep our community informed, well informed about what the expectations are on funding going forward. Right, let's move on. Okay. Well, on report 8.3, I'll stand back and let Councillor Oliver chair this report regarding name proposal, road naming proposal.
Okay, so 8.3 is around the proposed naming in the subdivision consent 101.22 by Timaru Developments Limited to be named Winston Place, and I will hand this over to Group Manager Infrastructure to give us an update on that.
Thank you, through the Chair. So we have presented this paper based on the road naming policy. Where a developer proposes 3 names, council usually chooses between those names. The developer has made has a preferred option, which has been Winston Place, but there are 2 other names. Under the Local Government Act, Section 319, it is council has the power to name roads, so you do not have to abide by the developer and what their recommendation is. You can choose between the other options or choose something different. I do note that there is a submission that has been tabled in regard to favouring the second option, which is Langdale Rise. So that is a decision to be made. Susie or Will, do you have anything to add?
Yes, so the developer actually supplied 2 names originally, but one was not, or didn't align with the policy, so that was removed. So the 2 other names have been added and discussed with the developer based on glaciers in the National Aoraki Mount Cook National Park.
And probably just worth noting that the reason the second name that was provided didn't meet policy was that we already had a street named similar, well, the same.
So, is there any discussion on this?
I'm happy to move it. Winston.
Councillor Booth's happy to move it. Oh, sorry, we'll just go around the room first. Councillor Pye, did you have something to say?
I was just going to ask, did you get any feedback from the developer on options 2 or 3? Were they ambivalent or strongly opposed? Or?
No, that they accepted that there were reasonable options, but their preference was Winston Place.
Yes, Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. I'm assuming that the developer had spoken with the previous owner, and the previous owner, Winston, was going to have their name attached.
His understanding that the previous owner was no longer living.
Is there any more discussion around this road naming? So we've got we've had, sorry. Councillor Scott.
Well, I think we need to note the letter received from owners of up there, and I think that they had quite a compelling, they're quite passionate about it, and I think what would be the problem with calling it Langdale Rise? It sort of fits in with everything else. What was the developer, was he hugely against that? I mean, Winston doesn't really go with the rest of it, as it's been pointed out in this letter.
I guess Langdale, I mean, who had ever heard of it before this letter came in? So you're naming it after quite a small feature. I mean, I don't want to get into too discussion, but one letter from someone opposing the name, I think the developer has chosen a name, he's developing it. The previous owner of that area makes sense to me. So I'll move option 1. Oh, sorry, I'll second.
Sorry, so councillor Booth moved it and seconded by councillor Piddington? Yep. All those in favour?
Aye.
Hands up, please, so we can... It's unanimous? Okay.
Thank you, councillor Oliver. Moving on to report 8.4, the Geraldine Water Supply Strategy. I'd like to welcome Laura and Andrew, and I'd like to thank you for your work with the steering group, and it's been an efficient, focused effort, and it's great to be at the stage that we're at now. So I'll take the report as read and hand over to you guys.
Cool. Thank you, Chair. First up, thanks to everyone that was involved in the stakeholder liaison group. It went really well. We got a nice outcome going through, which Laura's, should we say, developed the strategy, gone through. It's her baby, so I'm going to pass it over to Laura because she did the hard.
Yeah, I feel very privileged to bring this strategy to you. I've inherited this project and just to see it coming before you guys is quite a privilege. Now, I'll take everything as read, and are there any questions?
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you very much. Am I right in thinking that the only real potential roadblock here, major one, is the concession to occupy from DOC, and how likely and how confident are we that we're going to have that?
So this is a unique situation across our water schemes. So Geraldine's the only water supply scheme where we have a critical asset occupying DOC reserve, and the situation is when the council handed over the land to the Department of Lands and Surveys back in the day, they didn't really secure our right to occupy and to operate in the reserve for the purposes of a water supply, and that situation has remained to today. So regardless of what happens, there may be a process to go through for the existing reservoir to be allowed to remain in place.
I think just to add to that, there is precedence to have these assets on DOC reserve. There's an example in the strategy for Taupo has a similar situation. We've been very engaged with the local DOC office out there, and while they won't make the decision, they are in support and can see the benefit of it to go through.
And then what potentially happens with the existing reservoir? I just wasn't completely sure what was going to happen with the existing one once the new one was commissioned.
So we'd be looking to demolish the existing reservoir once a replacement is commissioned.
So it used to be Timaru District Council land before it was given to DOC.
So this is going back, this is going back to the Geraldine Borough days. Yeah.
So it was ours before we gave it to them. So and now we're asking them for approval. Oh yeah, all good.
Yes.
But you're confident that there is precedent and we should be able to achieve that. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah.
Yes. So it would go to a hearing process. So I I wouldn't preclude any outcome, but we are hopeful that we would be able to achieve concession from DOC. If that doesn't happen, then there are some backup options mentioned in the strategy that we'd have to explore at a greater cost.
Councillor Pye.
Thank you. I don't have any problems with the strategy per se. I think it's great and happy to endorse that. But I do have some questions about the project itself and if we've assessed the risk around resource consenting enough and the cost. And so my first question is, ECAN appear to be wanting to reduce water allocation on consent renewal, and there's a proactive push for that. And so is there a risk if we don't get the allocation of the current consent, we're not going to have enough water?
So we're not fully utilising the allocation that's there. In the priorities, we are the top priority to go through. It's around that peak period going through, so we can show that we're utilising the peak period, and we do have that priority that's sitting there as well.
And then my other question is, yeah, I acknowledge that we were finally successful in the OP River one, but what were the costs of that consenting process? Because I kind of have heard various stories that, you know, that might have been a third of the entire project costs, and therefore, is the better strategy to delay the consenting application until the RMA changes come through, and it might actually make the whole project faster?
So with the OPE on that one, yes, that did blow quite significantly going through. When we did the Geraldine siphon, that was a lot cheaper and going through, so we've learned a lot of lessons, both us and ECAN on that side. By the time we actually get to consent for crossing, RMA reform will have moved down that track as well. So the first one is getting across the line with DOC around getting that, because then that dictates exactly where the alignment will be for the duplicate main.
Thank you.
Councillor Oliver.
Oh, look, I just want to say the process was really well conducted by the water team. You know, we were expecting some pushback from DOC, obviously quite heavy, and we came up with some concessions to look at regarding shifting the reservoir to another site and all those sorts of things. And obviously, the Talbot Forest Working Group are pretty passionate about their peka up there. So, look, I just think it was a really good process, and you know, we've overcome some of that pushback already, which is great to be able to go into the start of the project without having to deal with all that. I do want to thank Laura for all her efforts. You know, she had the minutes out the next day and all those sorts of things, which is great, which is, you know, what these people want to see. So I just want to commend the water group on how that was handled.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Any further discussion? All right, so we'll look at the recommendations 1 and 2, that the Geraldine Water Supply Strategy be endorsed and that the participants of the stakeholder liaison group be formally acknowledged with thanks. I'm happy to move that. Thank you, Mayor Bowen.
Sorry, and just with a comment, just like to thank all the work, and thanks, Andrew, for championing your team, because it's good that your team are acknowledged in this environment. So appreciate that from you. Good leadership, and thanks for all the work, Laura. Appreciate that.
Are you happy to second, Mayor Bowen? Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, let's move on to page 90, report 8.5. So now we have got the South Rangitata Reserve Management Plan, initial submissions, Bill Steens and
Diane Malone, property.
That's right, Diane. Welcome. We'll take the report as read, and the floor's yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we're doing is following a statutory process, and the next stage, what we're doing, we've had submissions on what can be included or what the lessees and 2 other people would like included in an updated plan. The process now, just so everyone's clear, is we consider those, we prepare a draft, come back to council that gets approved, it gets consulted on again, and then there is a hearing at that stage before final adoption of the plan. So the reserve is a local purpose reserve for soil conservation and fishing huts, and the major crux is with regard to lessees that own fishing huts. So that's where the submissions have come from. If you look in clause 9 of the report, there are a list of things that submitters would like included, and the discussion goes into those a bit further. So as an overview, that's really where we're at, and if there's any direction that council would like to give staff on some of those matters, we would be open to hearing.
Thank you, Mr Steens. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Piddington.
When it comes back, Bill, I'd like to see a business plan because there's some big questions around water and other access. So I don't want to be agreeing to stuff without costs attached. I do have concerns around extending leases and renewals. I realise people have paid for their huts, but it's kind of in a hazard zone, so we've got to be careful what we wish for here. Even in their submissions, they talk about retreating, but the fact we've never really had the discussion with them. I mean, I think now's the opportunity to have all those discussions, and, you know, some of the things seem pretty simple, but others will have quite an impact if we actually go deep into them. And there are other examples around New Zealand where people who have owned buildings on land that are owned by councils have been told, quite sadly, that their time is up. I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm suggesting is we don't want to go ad infinitum on this and agree to 10-year leases and extensions when we don't know the costs of everything involved here.
Yes, Councillor Pye.
On that vein, yeah, I did also note that some 0.6 of the minutes of the hut holders group, and they said that option of retreat has been mentioned without ever defining a pathway. And I've had quite a bit to do with this group, and it is something we've talked about, and there have been other kind of retreat management plans for other coastal communities around the country. And you look at that map, and there's two bits of government ECAN owned land right behind them. It feels like there's an easy solution there, but I just think perhaps in the next long-term plan we actually need to put some funding and nail this, because it's never going to go away. And it may be that retreatment plan is based on events happening or timelines, and it's not something we put into action straight away, but we might, you know, have a plan and secure some rights to some land or something. And then I do wonder, when you bring this back, if you could have a table that has all of their points that have been raised by submitters, and then whether they've been included or not and why would be really useful. And then this might horrify you, Bill, but yesterday I was out around the Milford Huts area, and I went, why can't they own the land? Like the Milford Huts. And is that an option? I know it's a reserve, but how hard is it to unwind that and go, actually, you own the land and you're not our problem anymore?
Yeah, in response, I think there's some very good suggestions being raised there, including both you and Councillor Piddington, and we'll certainly include that in the part of the revised management plan, yeah, but I agree totally that costs need to be taken into account, particularly when it comes to the water supply and the sewage disposal, yeah.
I guess I'd like to know also, there seems to be, we make rules around 25% can stay and others can't, but we never enforce it, we never even look at it. So why is it a rule? Because if we're not going to enforce them, we're not even going to look at it. Don't make it a rule.
Mayor Bowen.
Yeah, that point was picked up when I had a meeting with some of them recently and around costs. So, yeah, we do need to look at what the appropriate mechanism to charge. But my biggest concern for that area isn't things that's Councillor Piddington's water. That will be one that will get more attention with Te Mara ROI and changes to water. So I think as part of this process, we do need sort of full costs and have that community understand those costs. And I did mention that to some the other week. I'm going to give you an update, Councillor Pye, on that meeting. Yeah, so while they are potentially only concerned about, you know, the longevity of the motor camp and things like that, actually the real risk is probably in the water supply.
Yeah. The other point I'll make is, yeah, that at the moment the Rangitata huts are self-funding, so they are covering their costs, but of course it's the future upgrades that are required is going to be the tipping point.
So there's some clear direction of what needs to be included, which is great. Any further comments, questions? Okay, so we look at the recommendations 1 and 2. Do I have a mover for them? Thank you, Mayor Bowen. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Burt. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Diane and Bill. Okay, let's move on to report 8.6, the Caroline Bay Master Plan. I'd like to welcome Rosie. Kia ora. We'll take the report as read. I have to go a little bit hybrid this time. Not all my got. Okay, Rosie, I'll open the floor to you.
Kia ora koutou. Well, thank you for having us. I think probably the report does speak for itself, so unless Bill wants to add any comments, we're just happy to take your thoughts and questions.
Yes, I think there's been quite a lot of public input into this, and a clear direction came from the submitters, which resulted in the plan being amended to accommodate that, and it is, I believe, a far better plan as a result. So happy to answer questions.
Okay, I'll start with Councillor Booth.
Just on that, Bill amended, what sort of things have changed from what was initially suggested by ISMIS?
So if you look at page 13 of the plan, which is titled Illustrative Master Plan, the main change was around number 13 and number 10 area. So at the moment we have what's called an east-west promenade, the pathway that comes through from the viaduct opposite Whitey Road and goes across to Marine Parade. The suggestion was that that would be stopped and a large building would go across it. And most people, including myself, thought it works really well now, and functioning of the bay going forward for events and locals using it, that needed to stay because it is a direct line, what we call a desire line, the shortest possible way from coming in the viaduct to get to Marine Parade. So that was one of the main things. Also, some of the paths and some of the planting, for instance, larger planting down closer to the Trevor Griffiths Rose Garden, for instance, but now there is some native planting on the slopes of the Loop Road and also where the stormwater outlet goes, which is Pokak, the stream, sorry, I've forgotten the name of it, and a little around there, and some of the traffic flow, like no sealed parking. So we've reached a compromise, which means that costs will be lower and not as much change. So hopefully that answers that question.
So you're saying that you're going to cut the cross piece axes out? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Keep
I'm
it.
saying that we're not doing that. That was
Right.
what was proposed.
Okay.
Anything further, councillor Booth?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I actually thought the whole thing was quite bland myself. I think it's, there's not much imagination has gone into this, and it's just beyond me to think that you'd plant it all out in natives and make a whole of, we've got lots of that stuff everywhere. Why would you do that in Caroline Bay? It's a wide open, very flexible facility that you can do a lot of stuff. You don't need bike riding tracks because you can ride your bike anywhere you like. So quite frankly, I think it's terrible. I think they need to go back to the drawing board. There's nothing mentioned about the piazza. That actually is 30 years old. It's not been done up. There's nothing in there to say that it should be softened and refurbished. So yeah, lack of foresight, and it's been done by an amateur as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, councillor Booth. Anything further from the side at the moment? Yes, councillor Scott.
No, I'm not going to say I agree with Councillor Booth in that quite as strongly as him, but I thought if we're going to use a word, it was a bit woke. I felt like there's no
Sounds like just woke.
It just lacks future vision. And so my question really is around who were the stakeholders that we engaged with when we did the next version of this? Because I wonder, yeah, I mean, who were they? Because they must be pretty interesting people.
Yeah. So you've got a list at 23 of the report of those who came in. Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry. So of this report, of the officers' report to the Infrastructure Committee, at clause 23, there's a wee summary there of the groups that provided responses, and you've also got as an attachment a summary of the...
Oh, so, sorry, I'll re-say my question.
Okay.
So these are responses to people, but then my understanding is we went back out. Did we go back out to these people to critique it? Or have we actually, do we have a stakeholder group? Or is this it? Because these are responses.
Yeah, sorry. So perhaps the framing of that clause is not the best. So we had a number of stakeholders. We've got a much longer stakeholder list for City Town. And then we added in a number of groups that were not otherwise appearing in that one, like Timaru Penguins. And these groups were directly approached, provided with a copy of the plan, invited to come and workshop with us. Some of them did come and workshop a version of the plan with us, and others of them who weren't able to attend or chose not to attend also emailed in comments. And some, I know Bill did some one-on-one interviews as well with some of these respondents. So yes, they did actually review the plan, and as Bill says, their feedback changed it significantly. And I note the point about lack of imagination, but from the workshops I was at, and Bill will comment as well, the more ambitious or creative ideas were generally scaled back by stakeholders themselves. There was a real enthusiasm for it's not broken, we don't want to fix it. And we did actually see the piazza was more in scope for the City Town Master Plan, and we saw the same there because that does include some design ideas around the Bay Hill intersection and the piazza itself, albeit not going all the way down to the bay. And the same thing, the innovation proposed by ISMIS was rejected, but the community did not submit alternatives or preferences. They wanted the status quo. So whether that's right or wrong is not for me to say, but it's definitely, there's a sentiment out there in the community that they like what they have, they don't want to fix something that's not broken. Does that answer your question, Stacey?
Well, that's good to have that in context. I would suggest reading social media last night, that is not the case. It was pretty strong about some people's views on this master plan. I suppose what I'm just disappointed in is, you know, when we create these kind of documents, we should have those quick wins, you know, ones that the community see the good and the purpose of the expenditure of creating these plans. And then there should be some medium ones that we can sit here and go, right, let's plan those into our LTPs, and then the big vision stuff that needs to be planned out. And I just don't see that in here. And I just think there isn't even, and I understand now what you're saying, there's people saying it's not broken, that's fine, but we've got to continue to be visionary, and we've got to plan these things appropriately. And the Bay is our, you know, is an amazing place that draws people to our community, and we've got to keep improving it to keep that economic growth coming for this region. So I suppose, I mean, if this is it, then gosh, okay, thanks.
Just a comment there that we, you know, the difference between the previous master plan and this master plan is, of course, the fact we have sea playground now. So I think that it is safe to say that we are still being visionary, and that this document is more of an enabling document. It doesn't preclude those sort of innovative ideas in the future.
Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, look, I sort of agree with what Councillor Booth and what Councillor Scott are saying. I went to a lot of those stakeholder meetings and agree that certainly the first version of this came out and I thought there was a lot of fluff in there, but it is designed to be visionary, and it's designed to get people talking. And certainly from those stakeholder meetings that I went to, there was lots of talk about things that we could do that perhaps could be quick wins. Because I agree with what Councillor Scott's saying there too, that we just didn't seem to have anything that was lined up, ready to go. We were looking at more of a holistic thing over the next sort of 10, 20, 30 years. And, you know, there are some issues down at Caroline Bay, and a lot of those issues were brought up by the stakeholders. Everything is so spread out. You know, it's hard to get, you know, like we've talked about, for example, a cafe down there. Well, where do you put the cafe? Do you put the cafe down by Sea Play? Or do you put the cafe up near where the penguins are? And, you know, trying to bring a lot of those different elements of Caroline Bay together is quite difficult. But I think a lot of the answers were quite simple. You know, shade, seating, things like that. And that came out quite heavily, I thought, in the chat that we had in those stakeholder meetings. So, look, it was a document that's created to get people talking, and I think it's done that, and it's done that successfully. But where do we go to next? And I think that's really important.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you. So where do we go from next? What happens with the stakeholders and council and business relationships?
So there are some things that are next steps. The first one, which is underway now, is locating a display building for the lifeboat Alexandra. There is fundraising proceeding for that now. There are other things, for instance, locating food vendors adjacent to Sea Play, and there is consent being processed at the moment to allow that sort of thing. And a few other things like wayfinding. They're small things, but there is an opportunity to plan more ahead, which is LTP is the time to look at those priorities. At the moment, we don't have any funding for any additional items, so it's preparing the business case for that going forward. And I think is the opportunity.
Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, my overwhelming feeling was how underwhelming it was. I mean, Really? We spent 100K to bring this up? There's nothing iconic. There's nothing in it that's going to bring people to Caroline Bay. This is the jewel of our crown, apparently, and we've got no budget to do anything. I don't know why we shoot ourselves in the foot with these things. You know, I get we've spoken to the public and you know, there's lots of ideas, but there's no one wow thing in there. You know, tracks, plantings. There's nothing in here that wasn't in the previous master plan that we didn't act on then, really, apart from some drawings. I am just totally disappointed.
Councillor Shannon.
Similar vein to my fellow councillors, I think what you might have here is something to build upon, but to me it really lacked some aspiration. And it's well acknowledged that it is the jewel in our crown, but long term we need to be looking as what are the significant things that could make this even more of a draw card that is vibrant and exciting year round. And I was looking for more opportunities there for, you know, some more commercial stuff, even partnerships with some operators, and we look at the infrastructure that is there around the Bay Hall, the community lounge and what have you, and when it's not being hired out, it's dead, and particularly with the community bay lounges. And I know that we're fixing the roof, isn't that going to be lovely, but it's still going to be dead boring to look at, isn't it? And you go to other places around the world, and I know we're not the Gold Coast and surfers and the likes, but we've got a template there as good as anywhere in the world. So I certainly would like to, acknowledge some of the small stuff. Look, I want to see those quick ones that the other councillors talked about, but I want to see more than just wayfinding signage. And in the future, what are we going to do with this area by these buildings that is going to be fun and exciting, where that has a fancy restaurant, if you like what you see out of the beach at Sumner. And I know that you've tried the cafe thing before, got no bites. Perhaps it just wasn't put in the right place. Who knows? But yes, to me, same as my fellow councillors, I'm just not turned on by it.
I'll let Rosie respond. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree, but I just want to highlight as well the point of departure for this plan. Feedback from Venture Timaru at the time, and I'm not aware that anything's changed, but please correct me, was that one of the obstacles they faced when trying to pitch the bay as an investment opportunity to commercial entities was a lack of confidence in council's spatial intentions for the bay. And so one of the things that this plan was intended to address, and which I think it does, is the spatial management. And I think you said, OJ, so if there was a cafe, where would council entertain that? Could you put an amusement park right in the middle, or would it need to go to the edges? So that was one of the things, is to create that spatial framework. The other thing, in terms of the imaginative, exciting ideas, huge numbers of imaginative and exciting ideas were put forward by the community. By and large, however, they were not things that would fall within council's remit. They were commercial ventures and operations. So again, one of the things Venture Timaru was looking for from the plan is what would be appropriate in that location, and then for them to have those conversations with the private sector. Can you make a paddleboarding venture viable? Can we have boat sheds? Is that viable? Can we get someone to open a fish and chip shop? So this is, I think Andrew said, an enabling document, but what the community want, what they really, really want from Caroline Bay, is commercially funded operations and activities to complement the basics which council can provide. Yeah.
I do remember one of the hot topics was the protection of the green space, wasn't it, Rosie? And hence that's, one of the key features in this plan. Mm-hmm.
And even things like, they're wanting to know, okay, if I do want to have a paddleboarding business, what do I need to know in order to not disturb the penguins or, not be in commercial competition? And another major stakeholder who was involved with both this and Citytown was the port, because they have significant operating requirements for Marine Parade and for the Port Loop Road. So understanding again as well, how do you reconcile people who want to see penguins with heavy vehicle movements to and from that area. So the purpose of this plan, while it might not be particularly exciting, it does crystallise some of that detail in terms of space and movement. So but I totally hear your point, but I just think probably the intention of this plan is slightly different from the almost commercial or investment prospectus that you might be hoping to see.
Thank you, Rosie. Councillor Burt.
So I agree with everything that's been said, but at the end of the day, it's hit the light of day. We've got it out. We have an understanding for it. It did cost quite a bit of money, but we asked for it, and we've asked for it for a long time. A lot of what's gone on the bay has been organic, and although even though it has been organic, it actually has complemented that bay significantly. So going back so many iterations that I can remember being on council, we've had all sorts of amazing things that have been put out there. Our job is the enabler, and bearing in mind we are all very, very aware of the lack of money that we have. We can put things well out into LTPs and things like that. But the key thing is everything that the aspirations for the community have a commercial viability aspect to it. We had all sorts of things like saltwater pools, a platform for viewing the penguins. We've put it out so many times to the council and to the community in the past, or the commercial community around CAFs and where they would be and what would that mean. There was a big issue there with services in terms of power to that and how much that was going to cost. There was also the issue that none of the buildings that were going to be there for CAFs could actually be permanent because we didn't want them vested in council once they fell over. We've seen so many commercial entities, even where they have actually captive audiences fail. And yet we want people to actually go down there and put a CAF down there. Will it wash its face? Sophie's are down on the bay. They have a building there, and yet they know and understand that having a CAF and having it available, unless it's just a van and it's going to be there for key times and what have you, then it can't be. It's not. We're the enabler to try and make it happen, but whether the public actually come and support it, that's the key. At the end of the day, it's a talking point. We've brought it out. It's got the light of day. It may be woke. It may be not exciting, but the people who want the aspirations need to back it and fund it.
Thank you, Councillor Birch, and I would agree with what you're saying there as well. I feel like it's our role to maintain what we've got there, and that is first and foremost, make sure our buildings are fit for purpose, that they are waterproof, that they look good, that the paths are walkable, wheelable, that the toilets are maintained. That, for me, that's our core business, and then the nice stuff comes after that. And just for reference, you can get coffee down the bay at the moment. There is a caravan. It's been parked there for months. So yeah, I think this is a good plan to start from. I think it identifies where our focus or our lens should be, and while also hopefully enabling others to come on board and extend that. Yes.
Sure. Good explanations, but none of that's in the plan. Why isn't there a chapter on these are the commercial operations that are possible, these are the places, this is how you do it? Because then that would be acknowledged. It's not anywhere acknowledged in that plan. So I think we've missed a trick.
Mayor Bowen?
Bill, reply.
I just going to alert the committee that there are a couple of commercial investors that are reviewing things around commercial recreation. I'm not at liberty to say exactly what they are yet. One of them is advancing and may not be that far away from coming to council. So, yeah, it's not spelled out in the plan, I acknowledge that, but there are always people coming up with ideas and suggestions for Caroline Bay, and the difficulty is we don't know what's viable, trends change, and people come up with ideas. It's difficult to say that in 5 years' time we want a ping pong ball place when we don't know whether that's what's being proposed. So that's why we come back to enabling things to happen. I agree entirely there's no wow factor here. But also on the other side, a lot of the feedback I've had over the years is the view from outside Caroline Bay is equally important as the view as what takes place in it. And so we're juggling a whole lot of things. We've got to get the basics right and then build from it. And yeah, sure.
Let's address the basics though.
I was just going to say that, sure, there's nothing there that might be exciting, but there are still opportunities to build from it.
Thanks. I'm just a question for councillors really is, and I haven't caught up on social media on this particular item yet, but is there anything sitting out there that's visionary that people are suggesting that doesn't fit within that sort of commercial realm? Because one thing this sort of does speak to, probably to your point, Rosie, is around the sort of spatial planning of the area, and, you know, Marine Parade can get developed. It sort of does take into account a lot of those things without, taking away from, the wide open spaces currently. So, I mean, we get criticised all the time for not having a cafe on the bay, but we don't do cafes. Whenever we touch cafes, we lose money on cafes. It's commercial. We would encourage it. If there's anyone sitting out there that wants to come and talk to council, they can. That doesn't stop anyone. But I'm just interested, if there's things that we miss, then, there again, public have the opportunity at any point in time to touch base with us. And if the idea's amazing, we're going to consider it. But I'm just conscious that we've got to be careful about subsidising commercial activity. All for, and to your point, there's the coffee cart regularly down there, enabling some of that activity. If it works for a business to have a fish and chip cart, they'll keep coming back. So yeah, I'm just fascinated to see what's not in there.
Councillor Booth.
Madam Chair. I guess, as I say, I'm looking at this, and I'd be afraid to see some of the stuff actually, like some of the greenery and stuff actually happen because we've endorsed this. So I'm going for option 2. I do not endorse it, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board. It's just well below par.
Putting that motion forward.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Councillor Booth. I'll just go to Councillor Pye, then to Councillor Oliver.
I won't repeat everything that's been said, even though I agree with it. So I'll just cut to the chase, and my question is, do we have the right planning and regulatory settings to be an enabler of economic development on the bay, and does the plan address it?
Just going to keep my eye on Mr. Cooper over there in case he wants to chime in. Similarly to with the City Town Master Plan, the planning regulations don't appear to be a handbrake of note. They do try to balance, obviously, competing interests, commercial and environmental, and also traffic movement, various things. And every stakeholder and every member of the public would balance that differently. So to Mayor Bowen's question, were there some non-commercial ideas about how we could make the bay better that might be inconsistent with our current planning, regulatory, other management? Yeah, sure, there's people who want cars to be able to drive right through and park everywhere. Do our current plans enable that? No, they don't. So depending on what you want, yeah. But globally, that wasn't perceived as a handbrake. It's more to Councillor Burt's point that commercial viability was the restriction. And just to reassure Councillor Booth, whether his motion goes through or not, that any investment, such as a planting project, would still need to come back to this council for consideration of the business case of that project in that context at that time.
Could I ask Paul Cooper to address this? Because my understanding in the proposed district plan, we will be designating the bay as a historical place, and what consequences comes with that?
Through you, Madam Chair. Good question. I think the regulatory framework that the district plan, the proposed district plan and the operational plan give us is very challenging for anything of permanence down there. There might be ways around that, I don't know, but you've got a high natural hazards area and problems with liquefaction in an earthquake, you've got a tsunami zone and a number of other issues. So anything that's permanent down there would be challenging. I'm not saying it's not doable, I'm saying it's challenging, but there would be potentially workarounds that would have to be explored. Yeah. In terms of the historic precinct, it's the area that has a historic feel about it that we're trying to maintain in the proposed district plan. It's not anything specific like a particular building. It's just a designation that we're giving it. So that has to be in mind if we are going to do any development, and it has to be in keeping with the area to keep the vibe, for want of a better word.
38 years.
I'm going to go to Councillor Oliver, then Piddington, then Mebo.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I've just been up in the North Island. I don't go there very often, but I went to Taupo of all places, and the improvement on Taupo in the last 10 years is incredible. My partner said, when I said, let's go to Taupo, she said, oh God, what do you want to go there for? It's a dump, there's graffiti everywhere. But actually, when we got there, they've done some really great work. They've linked their eateries to the lakefront. Obviously, it has a really distinct Māori emphasis on it because of its geographical nature and all those sorts of things. But that's one town of similar size, I believe, and with obviously the lakefront, water and all the rest of it have done a really good job on how they make that work. And I think they've added a lot of sculptures in there, they've added a lot of walkways, a lot of viewing platforms. It has a distinctive theme right through the whole town, so it's not looking ad hoc, and all the rest of it has a distinctive theme. We went to a market there on the Saturday, which was really well. There was a lot of people there. So yeah, I think there's a town that we should be looking at to the future because it has really improved over the last 10 years.
Councillor Piddington.
Talk of the historic precinct on the bay, it leaves two questions. The people that have fundraised so well for the boat, are they allowed to build a structure on there under what we've just been told? Or do they need a resource consent? And my second question is, I've been challenged that our historical precinct, we just re-roofed something at the bay. Can someone explain why we moved from orange clay tiles to a plain grey roof and how that happened, if we're so keen on historical precincts?
Mr Cooper's got his hand up.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, happy to answer that, Councillor Piddington. Yes, resource consent is required, and that's currently being considered at the moment for the lifeboat. There doesn't seem to be too much of an impediment. We're just ironing out how that heritage component can be incorporated into the design, but it may be adequate as it is. I don't know that that's happening by a heritage expert. So that's underway at the moment. The colour of the roof, my understanding is that, although it seems quite jarring, it was actually the original colour prior to it being orange. And I think over time, I believe the property team are looking to re-roof all buildings to that colour, so it's consistent with how it was in the old days in terms of colour, but not how we've known it for the last few decades. Yeah, that's my understanding of the situation anyway.
I can confirm that is correct, yes. The original colour was the grey.
Okay.
If we re-roof the Bay Hall, it will change from orange terracotta tiles to grey.
Yes, that's the correct.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, then we'll go back to Councillor Booth's motion.
Just if we don't endorse the Caroline Bay Master Plan, then where does that leave us moving forward? It's a discussion document that we've spent a lot of money on, as Councillor Piddington's already alluded to. So if we go back to the drawing board, are we then in for more costs to do some other sort of plan?
Oh, yes, you can.
Look, I mean, if you don't want to take this forward at this point in time, I do, because a lot of people haven't been involved, I haven't been involved either, but do we, as a suggested way forward, do we actually have a workshop as councillors, have further discussion, and then maybe it comes back as at a later date, and then we can have a good discussion around what what the community's saying and vice versa.
I suggest that we do put a line in the sand and move forward from there, and that can involve that further discussion. At least we have a starting point. It can always be improved.
Whilst I'm not entirely happy with the plan, I wonder if the recommendation kind of notes that it's not the final plan, it's open to other changes and that, but it does, to Mr Dixon's point, give us a starting platform.
Sure. So we'll go back to Councillor Booth's motion, which was option 2, not to endorse the Caroline Bay Master Plan. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Piddington? Okay. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Against? 7. That's not been carried. Yes, Councillor Piddington.
Look, I'm just concerned. I take the Mayor's point. I think we need to have a discussion because we're talking about commercial entities. Then we hear we can't do them under the plan that's coming or the existing plan. Did people know all that before we started down this route of suggestions? Because commercial activity might not be allowed. I mean, there's just so many things I think hasn't been covered by this. So just let it lie on the table.
Can I reply to that? Councillor Piddington, I don't think anyone said that can't be done. What they're saying is they will have to go through a resource consent process, as we do with lots of things. So effectively they may be able to, but they've got to follow the right processes.
So my understanding with this master plan as well, it's a living document. So if we endorse it today, it doesn't mean it's set in concrete, that it's open to changes and variations as we work through, correct?
Yes. My only caveat to that would be is if you want to change this document, then potentially you have to bring back consultants to update this document. Is it cheaper to have a document and then create our own in-house additions and appendices and annotations that we can do without the further use of consultants? Because I think the basics, the bones were not controversial and possibly, I mean, subject to your further workshop, it doesn't sound like the concern is that the boring bits aren't right, as it were. It sounds like there's more a perception that the fun stuff is missing. So it may not be about iterating this, it might be about adding to it.
So I don't think there'll be an appetite for any more consultant input on this strategy. Yes, Councillor Bird.
I'd like to move option 1. So it is a living document. That shouldn't preclude us having a workshop. And to Councillor Piddington's point, that brings in all those other aspects that potentially we need to know and understand with the overlay for it. There is still plenty of ability for development down there based on the parameters of not the structural aspects of it not being permanent and all those sorts of things. But I think the work that's been done is a great starting document, and I'd just like to move that.
Okay, so you're making a motion for recommendation 1. Do I have a seconder? Yes, seconder? Councillor Jackson. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 7 against. Oh, you're going for it. So it was Councillor Booth and Councillor Pennington that were against it. Carried.
This is not a plan. It's a joke.
Thank you,
And if you think that's moving Timaru forward, that's rubbish.
Okay.
What you've just allowed to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Booth.
Can we have a few more other sort of comments that can go on the paper?
Right. I'd like just to take a moment to thank Mr. Bill Steens. It's his last meeting with us. He is retiring at the end of the month after 38 years, is that correct? I'd like to thank you for your dedication to Timaru District Council. You're well respected as a councillor, as an officer, and in our community at large. The work you've done for our community has been outstanding, innovative, and is a bit of a legacy to carry on. So thank you, Bill. You will be missed, and I hope you have a very happy retirement. Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, can I just endorse that too on behalf of the people of Geraldine. I've been working with Bill obviously since I've been on council, and I know that Bill had a fond relationship with my uncle Michael when he was a councillor for Geraldine, and Michael used to talk about Bill a lot and what he'd done for Geraldine, and I just want to thank him also from the people of Geraldine, what he's done for Geraldine. It's there's some remarkable things happened in the last since I've been the councillor there of what Bill's done out there. I never, you know, when I ring Bill up and have a conversation with him or he comes to Geraldine, we always spend a bit of time chatting about things, and yeah, we'll miss you a lot out there, Bill, and yeah, good luck with the retirement. I'm sure you'll still have your fingers in the dirt playing around with trees and plants and all those sorts of things, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. If we're in longer than 20 minutes, we need to adjourn for a 10-minute resolution. Cool. Okay, so we've got one more report left to discuss. I've just been made aware that if we're longer than 20 minutes, we'll need to adjourn for a 10-minute or pass a resolution. So we'll start and see how we go. Let's go to report 8.7, the terrace at Footbridge repairs. I welcome Susie back to the floor. We'll take the report as read. Oh, we'll have to adjourn because I've got mine in nature.
Yes, thank you all. So obviously the report presents updated options for the future of the terrace Footbridge following finalisation of the repair scope, pricing and the community consultation. I'd just like to note, while the recommendation is to remove the bridge and enable higher priority renewal projects or repair projects to proceed, feedback from the adjacent community has strongly favoured retention. So of the 32 submissions received, 31 supported repair and reopening. This preference also aligns with the City-Town strategic framework, which was developed through a broader community engagement, which identifies the coastline connection as a key move to enhance access and vibrancy along Timaru's waterfront. However, the bridge is not part of a formal active transport route and is not accessible for cyclists or mobility users, and is located near several more inclusive and accessible alternatives. Usage data is currently unavailable and require installation of a pedestrian counter post-repair to validate demand. The estimated repair cost can be absorbed within the 25-26 structures component replacement budget. However, doing so will require reprioritisation, delaying one or more programmed high priority works such as bridge deck seals, renewals, structural repairs or preventative treatments. These projects are part of a carefully managed program aimed at preserving asset life and safety. The road network team have confirmed that some of these works could be deferred by 1 or 2 years if necessary, but continued deferral risks shorten the lifespan of key assets, contributing to a growing bow wave of deferred maintenance that will become more difficult and expensive to recover over time. While the community support for retention is acknowledged, Council is obviously facing difficult trade-offs due to funding constraints, which has been amplified by the low NZTA funding available in this area. So I suppose the report is effectively asking you to weigh in that local support and strategic intent of the city-town framework against the broader demands of the district's transport network and the implications for equitable access and the need to maintain core infrastructure within our available funding.
Thank you, Susie. Any questions for Susie, please? Councillor Scott.
We talk a lot in the report about reprioritisation, but can you give me an example of what? So, like, what would miss out if we chose to repair this bridge? I just couldn't. Well, I can't find it in the report.
Yeah, apologies. We've been working through what that reprioritisation would look like. So in next year's financial budget is $644,000, pending annual plan approval. On the high priority list that sits in, which is independently audited and yet to be fully priced, but these are engineers' estimates, is $980,000 worth of work. So we're already having to prioritise through that list to get through that work. So some examples, so the piazza itself has got some structural component replacement work that's required. We're just doing some detailed assessment to understand how much that will cost, but the estimated total for that's around $150,000. To go rural, you've got some deck seals on the Waihi River Bridge on Route 72, that's $50,000. Slacks Valley Road, you've got a bridge timber deck replacement, so not full replacement, just the timber deck, that's about $20,000. Similar for Level Store. Work on Tenawai Road, concrete repairs, guardrail replacements, $150,000. So these are all, and there's more. And Rangitata Gorge Road's got some culvert invert lining and deck repairs on the Forest Creek Bridge, which are $50,000 a piece. So these are all projects that will need to be weighed up and go, okay, which one can defer a year or two? So there's stuff all over the place, I'd say, in every area of interest.
Thank you, Susie. Councillor Jackson.
The cost, some of the feedback I've had anecdotally of 90,000 has got some people upset. They think it's way too much. And I have heard that there might be somebody else in the wings as well that wants to put through a quote. So that is subject to us going ahead, yes?
Yes, correct. So the pricing that we received, we went out to tender with 3 contractors that were known to have the relevant experience. Obviously, working over the Kiwi Rail corridor is important, and so we went requested tender for that work, and the pricing was pretty tight. We got 2 submissions back, and it was around that $90,000. So that is through competitive tender with the pre-qualification to work. But yes, we have since been approached by another provider who has done some work in the Kiwi Rail corridor as well, and they are interested in providing a formal price for that work, but it still is over and above the cost of removal and demolition, and keeping in mind that any repairs that we do now extends the life by approximately 10 years. It will continue to need to be monitored, of course, which we do on all of our structures every 3 years, and may require further work and will require replacement at some point.
So just further to that, has there been any interest from any community groups that might want to get involved to do some fundraising to help with the costs?
No, we haven't had anything come forward from that. It's been more, the feedback was around, well, it's too expensive, but we have actually gone out to tender and got those prices.
Yes, Councillor Booth.
I believe that there is a group of local residents who are keen to try and assist, as was the case previously 30 years ago when that bridge was actually upgraded or built or replaced. And so I believe that's the case. So perhaps there's an option that the demolition costs could go towards potentially a case being put forward by them for replacement, and that would assist them in funding a replacement or upgrade to the satisfaction of the council's regulations and bylaws, which we're trying to abide by. So I guess that there is an option there which I think I'd like to see us actually explore before we commit to this.
None of those residents come through consultation with any words?
No, I don't believe there's been any firm offers at this point. I mean, obviously the structure has been closed since November 2023, so it could remain closed for another period while that work is done. But this was just closing out that report with the request to get firmer pricing and adjacent neighbours' feedback. So that's what we've presented.
Yeah, I guess one of the options is that, you know, the resolution could read that, you know, that the bridge be repaired or subject to community fundraising, and you could set an X percentage of that. But just remember that if we do these repairs, it is only for that 10-year period, like Susie said, and therefore you're following that, the replacement is what, $500,000, isn't it? Somewhere about that order. So, yeah.
Where do you get the 10 years though? That bridge has been there for 30 years. It's just made of some tannalised timber. So they're going to fix it up. They're going to fix it up. It'll be another 30 years. So I'm not sure where you get 10 years from.
What's getting fixed up is basically the timber that is in a serious deteriorated condition. So we're not replacing the whole bridge by any means. We're only doing a patch up. And that's where the 10 years comes into it.
I think if you're prepared to put 50,000 towards and they came up with a suitable plan, I think that's just an opportunity, an option to them. I mean, if they don't want to come up with that, well, it's getting demolished.
Councillor Pennington.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Booth. I think we should test the public's appetite to perhaps fundraise, especially those nearby residents that find it very useful. If they all chip in 10K, we're there. But yeah, look, give the opportunity at least before we go down that step. Who knows, they might raise 500K for the whole new one. Let's hope.
Councillor Shannon.
Yes, I'm the same as Councillor Booth and Councillor Pennington here, because there's 50K that has to be spent whenever that's going to happen. So it's a 50K job minimum. The 90K, the difference is 40K, is what we're talking about. And if in 10 years' time, if that is in fact when it would need to be rebuilt, once it is repaired, we can measure the traffic. We can see how well it's being used. And the locals that want it reopened, they will vote with their feet, of course. But one of the things that I liked about the consultation, it may have only been 30-odd people, but the responses, you know, they were mostly well-reasoned and not just prompted by a motive headline. They were well-thought-through responses, and when I get submissions and feedback like that, I tend to go with what I'm told. So, yes, I'm with Councillor Booth and Councillor Pennington on this one.
Okay, Councillor Burt.
So in terms of the requirement to demolish it, that's not something that is within the scope of happening right now. It's at some stage it might become dangerous, is that right? And that could be many, many years down the track.
Yes, correct. It would just be like we've done now. We've closed off public access. We inspect at least every 3 years through our bridge structural program, and some of the deemed higher risk structures are checked more regularly. So it would just be continually checked if the repair work was able to be undertaken, and we'd continue to ensure it's safe for public access. And if not, we'd close it like we have now.
So the analogy that 50K to demolish it, so therefore we're up for 50K, we only need another 40 to keep it going for 10 years is a wee bit of a misnomer. Because we're not up for that price for God knows when. Having said that, it should be, again, we need to look at the environment and who use it, and you know, the greater public don't. It's probably, you know, I'm only just thinking this out loud, and from some of the feedback, we're in no hurry. We've got an opportunity to go back and seek that feedback from the users and see what they might be willing to, you know, raise money for and all that sort of thing. So I think we don't need to rush this report.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not comfortable spending 90 grand on a bridge that doesn't support our active transport route, that is not totally accessible, and when there is 2 or 3 other accesses to access that area within an extra 100 metres or so. So that would be probably a motion that we could maybe try to draw up. Yes?
I'm not prepared to commit council to spending 50 grand to demolish something that is wanted by some members of our community. If we have a third person who is interested in putting in a tender, why don't we commit to the 50 grand, go and get the tenders and see what comes back? It might be 50 grand and we don't need to worry about public fundraising and everything else.
Councillor Jackson.
Just on option 2, removing the bridge. So if that was the case, then what's going to happen to the lane? Like, are we just going to have like, you're going to put up a concrete wall at the end, or what's going to happen? Are we going to put up a viewing platform or something? I don't know. And how, as far as that land's concerned, it's only a very narrow strip of land, isn't it? I mean, how desirable is that going to be for anyone to want to purchase?
Yes, good question. It could be for a viewing platform. It could be, you know, some sort of fence or wall at the end, or you could look at disposal of that property, bring it to the adjacent landowners to amalgamate within their titles following due process. I don't know, Andrew might have some more to add to that, perhaps.
Yeah, we'd have to follow basically a road stopping process, because even though it's an access way, it's still seen as a public space. But yeah, upon that, it can easily be looked at as to offer to the neighbouring properties and a negotiated price. Yeah, so there is potential for some revenue to be gained out of it.
Okay. Yes,
I'm supportive of Councillor Pye's suggestion of getting the next submission tender, and then, as Councillor Burt said, we're not in a hurry, so let's get that information and then actually look at the true costs.
Okay, so let's draw up a motion. Councillor Pye, are you going to draw up a motion?
Well, she's thinking, she thought maybe a toll bridge. That might be her National Party roots.
Yeah, no, I'm just having a wee mind blank at the minute.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, would it be worth setting a value that you were comfortable approving to for that work, so then we could just take it in out of this environment and work through our normal delegations? If the direction is that if the bridge repairs that extend life by approximately 10 years come in into a value of under XYZ, then normal delegation process and prioritisation will occur, so you don't have to have it back up again to the committee, unless of course you want to.
I have a slightly different view. We'll get the other quote, see what that comes in at, and then we'll decide at that point whether we contribute. And we'll also bring you another one forward saying if we closed it and demolished it, and if we did sell the land, what does that look like? Because that could be neutral in our books.
Thank you, Mr. Traynor. That's great.
Do you want a simple pathway through this?
Yes, please.
Just decline all recommendations, and then that closes this item off, and then go back to the drawing board.
Okay. So the recommendation is to decline option 1 and option 2. Yes, are you going to move that, Councillor Booth?
No, I was just saying I'd be happy to liaise with the interest group who are keen to help out to get an outcome.
Thank you. So the motion, can you read back the motion?
That the infrastructure committee decline all recommendations regarding the terrace bridge.
Okay. Happy to move Councillor Pye, seconded by Councillor Shannon. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Okay. I'll read the room. Do you want a short break before we go into minor nature, or shall we a resolution? Resolution? Okay. So the resolution will be
That the infrastructure committee suspends standing order 4.2 to allow the meeting to continue beyond 2 hours.
Yep. All those in favour? Aye. Right, moving right along. So we'll start with Nigel. Are you satisfied with Claremont Road? Okay. We'll go to Stu, and then we'll come back to you, Nigel. We'll go to Stu regarding an update on Strathallan Corner, please.
Look, I'm a bit concerned. I've heard that we don't have a finalised design for Strathallan Corner, yet we've demolished it. Surely that's not the case because we're paying for toilets, fencing. Where are we at and what is it? Because I've had a look at it city town, and according to our own plan, is to be completed. Apart from a concrete pad being removed in one day, there's been no work down there for 3 weeks. So I'm just not sure where we're at.
Councillor Piddington, I can assure you there is a finalised design, and that's what we are working to at the moment. There is some hold-up with regard to services at the moment, but that will be underway again very shortly once just getting that sorted out. So the toilet has been purchased. It's just a matter of it's been stored out at the airport, so we have it in possession, so we can easily install that. We're just working through some foundations and getting that done. You have signed off the concept design, and we're still sticking basically to that. There is a few minor changes being made, which is in relation to the old toilet block, which is still in existence, but Alpine actually have some infrastructure down in there, so we're having to work with them as well.
So when is it going to be completed? And it would be nice to know these things, because all people are seeing is an empty site with nothing happening for 3 weeks.
We're aware of that, but we are running a little bit behind with the completion time, but we aim to have it done by mid-July.
Was it a contractor's issue or is that actually our issue?
There's some unforeseen issues that we're having to resolve before the contractor can get in there.
I mean, it's us.
It's this, I guess, information. When you start digging on sites, you find things that, and you have to deal with them. So there are some slight delays in that respect. Nothing major.
I interpret from that, then you've found some precious bones or artefacts which have held everything up.
We are having to work with the archaeological information. It is a historic site, unfortunately.
So in reality, it's not going to be finished next month, is it? I mean, that's what people want to know, because we say, mid-July, which is only 4 weeks away. There's no show. Can we have some honesty about when things are actually going to happen?
We are, as the program, that's what we're working to. So, end of July. Say end of July.
So are there any further costs on these delays?
No, it was within budget.
Just in summary, end of July completion for Strathallan Corner within budget.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Bowen, slippery tiles.
I was just going to call it tiles, but that's your words. I thought it was worth bringing up for a discussion because it's been in the paper a couple of times recently. So I want to go back and sort of talk to the history. So I remember as a councillor a long time ago, we raised the cost at the time, I think was about 3.5 million for full replacement. That didn't include the townships. I expect, it's probably a $5 million cost now. So we went through, and then one of the challenges shortly after that was we were informed that we had major infrastructure renewals within the CBD. So the approach around full renewal of tiles, which didn't get considered, versus I think the first thing we did was look to remove road emissions by water blasting them and cleaning them on a more regular basis. And then we had looked in the last traineum around coating them with a non-slip coating, which we've done as a sort of 5-year solution. And part of that, I believe, was around gaining time for some of those renewals to be worked within the program. Obviously, we don't want to spend ratepayers' money on ripping up surfaces twice when we can rip them up once. Obviously, it's still an ongoing concern for certain individuals in the public realm around those issues. So I guess my question for the team is, one, is it an issue? Do we go to the likes of the CBD group and ask it, is this a priority? There's still $4 million sitting in year 4 and 5, 2 and 2. Bearing in mind, we've just had request from Tamuka Geraldine to put non-slip coating on those areas as well. So possibly we look to a slightly different non-slip coating versus, I think part of it is to be able to see the texture, if you like, rather than just the coating itself. But is our approach going to be any different if we do need to do infrastructure renewals? At the end of the day, do we want to spend $4 million and put up a tile? Talking with Josh last week or the week before, he said he doesn't have a solution, but because the new tile's not working, the old tile didn't work. That takes us back to asphalt. If that is a concern, is it boarded asphalt as we work through and make renewals? How much emphasis do we want to give it? What is the approach? I mean, lots of areas have tiles in some shape or form. I don't think you could probably put any non-slip tile in here and get a result. So is it going back to asphalt? But the question is, when is it? Is the approach still correct in the fact that you try and make it as best for everyone? Admittedly that there'll be some exceptions. Crutches are less than ideal. I remember slipping when I had a broken leg some years ago. Or do we work through the existing program as we do the renewals, the infrastructure renewals, then you replace? The question now is the appropriate tile that we're replacing with going to meet the requirements of someone on crutches or someone that's immobile? And that sort of lends again to the likes of the age-friendly work that we do. Is what we're doing fit for purpose in that space? So more questions, but my view, I think, is we would be silly to spend significant money if we're then going to rip something up and do an infrastructure renewal. And that was the that's where we pivoted from. That was the current direction, and I think probably the public need to realise that currently is our position and was the reason we took that position, but because we didn't want to spend ratepayer money on something that then needed to be ripped up again. So happy for discussion. So are you happy to keep the path that we're going now? Renew, keep the path. Tread carefully, keep the path. Nigel.
Without cutting you off, Nigel,
No,
do we bring a paper back to you with the options so that you actually can get the options? This is the cost of them. This is what the expected outcome is. So if we continue the program of putting the seal on them, here's the expected outcome. Here's the expected life of that seal versus other options in terms of lifting the tiles and putting something else in their place.
Yeah, and
also connecting that to the infrastructure as well. When is the infrastructure going to be dug up and replaced? And where is the infrastructure?
Yeah, and the budgets, I think, aren't currently there, are they, for the infrastructure now? So,
No, the budgets aren't there at the moment, and what Mr. Traynor said is exactly what I was going to suggest as well. Yeah, we do need to explore this.
I think there's probably one.
Coincide with Alpine, isn't it? Is it?
But have that been?
No, their priorities have changed as well.
Okay.
I think that's one of the challenges, though. So we haven't been informed that those things have changed, because my understanding was we were still working with Alpine around some of those infrastructure upgrades. Obviously, we'd be doing the likes of South Stafford Street with the theatre first. But those are sort of quite important things to know, because often we're, again, speaking out there in the public on certain things and we don't have the correct information, and this has happened previously.
We have.
But there's also a conflict here with making sure our footpaths are safe for our community, and it might be that we come back with a paper and say this is what it costs to seal it, we know in 5 years we will dig bits of it up, and we might be quite comfortable with that, or we may not. So I think that a paper is really, really required.
Councillor Pye?
I wouldn't discard asphalt. Pawanui has some really cool reddy coloured asphalt that looks really effective, and so I wouldn't discard that as an option. Because they're slightly conflicted here, given what I did in America, but the safety matter of this does concern me. Because in Temuka we've had a couple of people have some really bad falls, and I think we do need a plan to get this sorted.
Councillor Booth, and then, sorry, Councillor Burt, then Councillor Booth.
I see, Councillor Pye, you really got your head round that one. That was an in-joke. So just going back, as I do every so often, to I don't know how many terms ago when this all became about, there were some options for dealing with it, and I always remember that it was Wanganui that had the exact same, and there are several other towns, and they've been going through the same journey. It'd be nice to know maybe where they got to. I'd say they're probably replaced. We looked at the coefficient friction ratio of the tiles, literally, to understand, you know, what we could do to mitigate it, and it was to put that particular coating on it, and then to keep them clean so that they didn't, get to a slip factor. The other thing that was, if we are going to replace it, and we're talking 5 years, one of the things that did come up at that time was to sandblast them, and that would cause some issue with the integrity of the actual surface of it. In other words, there'd be penetration and things like that. However, if we're cleaning them regularly, it wouldn't be, and it would have actually been a really, really a good situation at the time. We discarded it, but if we're only talking 5 years, we need to go back to get that paper and go back to what other options are available, because to Nigel's point there around our key factor here is the safety of our public and individuals who use it habitually, and Josh has a significant point, because we're not hearing half of what's happening, and so there are other options. So please bring a paper back. Give us some other option that is more short-term, maybe, if we're going to replace them, but we need all the options.
Councillor Booth.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with asphalt, but why wouldn't you actually just replace the tiles and put some new tiles in? And even in 5 years' time, you're going to remodel the place. It just means you're going to actually move the edge either in or out and utilise the same tiles. I mean, just do it properly. Do it now. And then actually get as I say, when you do some changes, you're either going to make the footpath wider or you're going to make it narrower. So you're going to change where it is, but those tiles will still be there, and you'll simply add or subtract.
So we have, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, we have been told by Josh when I had the conversation with him that the new tiles aren't okay. So what we're replacing is not working for him. So people on crutches slip on the new tiles, and if you look at them, they get that emission build up because they're more porous, I guess, so they're taking in that emission build up. I'm not an expert, but I'm making some assumptions here.
Must be tiles that aren't slippery.
I have been noting a lot of tiles lately, again. But Wellington was one of those, and they've done no change whatsoever. Yeah.
I would challenge that, because if you go down on the corner of Strathallan and Stafford Street there, outside the old Meekum building, whatever it is, those tiles are the new standard. They are quite rough, and it's certainly comparable to asphalt. Yeah.
So I think moving forward, we need to bring a paper back to council. This has been problematic for well over a decade. I've been here 9 years anyway, and we've been talking about it. And I think whether they're fit for purpose or whether it's public perception, they're always going to have the perception that they are not fit for purpose. So I think we need to bring a paper back. We need to look at all the options, alternatives there is, and systematically plan going forward how we're going to improve the footpath down Stafford Street.
I think in my point around raising the CBD group, that's the business owners of the CBD And so it would be interesting from those retailers, they will be the ones that know whether these are still ongoing problems sitting with them. Since we've upgraded, probably the Stafford itself still has tarmac versus just all tile, it's more corners and stuff, but are they getting the feedback since we've put the non-slip coating on?
That's important feedback to get.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Councillor Piddington?
Can we confirm the revamped Strathallan corner won't be tiled?
It's tiled.
So,
but it's the new standard tiles.
But so we've ordered them for that because they were non-slip.
so they are non-slip, because we're going to look pretty silly doing a new development if the first person slips as they go to the toilet.
But we'd pre-purchased those. That was raised a couple of weeks ago, but this is the problem. So they are non-slip, but Josh is saying they're not non-slip, and so it's a question of what level do you build to, isn't it? Ideally, you with disability in the community, you would build to that higher standard. However, if the higher standard doesn't, like Josh admitted, he doesn't know what the solution is, but currently it doesn't work for him.
Okay.
And just finishing off, could we please have the new or whatever Strathallan corner is going to look like circulated to us, the latest plan?
Yes, certainly.
And has that been circulated widely with... It's still the same one, I'm just checking, because I got told there were changes.
Okay. Yes,
Chair, Parker, sorry. Just going back to the CBD group, because I feel like the Mayor and I were quite unfairly misquoted. We weren't asking the CBD group to fund this. We're asking them is this a priority, and if it is, then we bring it. We will deal with it. If this is the biggest priority, it's not about them going out and trying to find the money to fund it. It was about, is this the biggest priority in the CBD? So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Okay, satisfied with the outcome? Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
I think we should invite Josh to actually test drive those tiles. Did we do that in the first place? Maybe that might be an option moving forward for the other tiles that are going in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll move on. Okay, so I just want to make sure you're satisfied, me and Nigel, Councillor Piddington, you're satisfied regarding Strathallan Corner?
I'll tell you on the 30th of July.
Okay. So we'll now move to Councillor Booth's showgrounds. Do you want to put some context around that, please, Councillor Booth?
I attended a meeting on the 15th of May with NZTA, ourselves, or some of our council officers in regards to the showgrounds. And I'm seeking further clarification as to has there been any progress since that meeting on the 15th of May. I guess my takeout from that meeting was that in actual fact it was actually our council's issue, the fact that we hadn't held the consent holder to account in his breaches of that consent. And so therefore it's been us and that have been allowed that shambles out of the showground to continue and not be sorted out. And day by day it's getting worse and worse and worse. I was under the impression we were waiting for some sort of a complaint, but NZTA made it quite clear that they are in breach and we should actually been holding the consent holder to account on it and enforcing the rules. I was quite surprised that at the meeting, the people who are involved, who are our Hamish and Elliot, who are mentioned in the letter, did not think it was important enough to be at that meeting with NZTA South Island. when that meeting occurred, and Hamish did attend after I requested that. So I'm concerned that we're not taking this seriously enough. The ball's in our court, and I would like to know what is happening.
Can I first respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Trainer.
One is the meeting was set up as a NZTA council meeting. Our understanding was with councillors, and therefore those people weren't invited. If we'd have known what it was about, we would have invited them. That's the first point. I don't accept 100% that it's all TDC's fault. TDC's been working hard with both the NZTA and the developers to find a pathway. We have requested time and time again for plans to be sorted and to be implemented. Now, where it had sat was the developer had to come up with a plan. Then the plan had to go to NZTA for approval. NZTA will not work collaboratively with the developer to try and short circuit that to actually work together on a plan. The plan goes as required, as developed to NZTA. They either approve it or don't. We've also worked hard to facilitate meetings to get the two of them to actually come up with a solution. And that has been quite fraught as well. So it's not 100% TDC. We've been trying hard to be enabling. We've been trying hard to actually get this across the line. Where one of the real issues happened was there was an opportunity to actually force the issue by not approving the current temporary entrance. That's when it started, and that was approved by NZTA. So from that point on, we're on the back foot all the way through. So that's my view of it. Paul Cooper and Elliot and Andrew may have further to tell you.
I just made a comment that it is a key point that the fact that that temporary intersection was approved by NZT, and that was contrary to council officers' recommendation, because once that temporary intersection went in, you basically lost a very big lever.
Subject to some conditions, though, which have not been held up, and we're responsible for enforcing those conditions. That's what my problem is, that we have not enforced the conditions of the consent which they were allowed to do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Booth. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Booth. It's not quite, in my opinion, it's not quite as you recall the meeting, or certainly not the conclusion you drew from that meeting. Another important part of this puzzle, because it is a very complicated, messy puzzle, is that the first developer that we were working with sought time to restructure the finances of the development and gave certain assurances around compliance if we were able to accommodate that. It was perfectly reasonable of us to accommodate that, and we would have afforded that in all likelihood to any applicant. We allowed that to play out, and now we're dealing with a new developer, and we still don't have compliance. So we have started an enforcement process, and that has occurred around the time of that meeting. So that we've requested a complaint from NZTA formally to articulate from their perspective as the keepers of the state highway what it is that there is a problem for them in terms of compliance with the consent, and then we've taken that away, and then we've written to the developer and said, please explain, this is where we think you're not complying with your consent, please explain, and here's a copy of the complaint from NZTA, the keeper of the highway, if you like. We're now in a position where we've received that response from the developer in part, and we're working through that, and we're about to go back to them this week with our response to that. So we are in an enforcement conversation with them And we're following the process that's outlined in our enforcement policy in regard to how we achieve compliance. And that's about where we're at. I don't know if you want to add anything, Aaron, maybe about the group that we've pulled together and the roles within that?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cooper. I guess since the meeting with NZTA, Mr. Cooper has asked that I become effectively the enforcement officer on this consent to separate what is a complex issue out between any future consents or consents that are currently being considered by Mr. Barrow, and allowing me to take a deep dive into the consent history and to examine the consent conditions that apply as they are currently and assess those on their merits. Mr. Cooper has correctly summarised that. A please explain letter was sent, has been responded to, and Council's currently looking at creating those responses and getting those out in the next today or tomorrow is the intent, and it's really looking to separate the issue into two factual areas in relation to the maintenance and monitoring of that temporary intersection and its performance, but also the final end game, which is the establishment of a permanent intersection that meets the needs of all parties involved, and that is so two distinct issues that looking to approach in a similar manner, but trying to separate them so that the issue doesn't get conflated into something that it's not.
Councillor Booth, anything further?
I'm pleased to see that someone's taking ownership within our organisation of this issue. Is the applicant, is he actually outside the consent conditions now? I assume he is, around the conditions that he was granted to open. So, in other words, he's in breach. According to the letter from NZTA, he's in breach of a number of conditions. So when that occurs, being the TA, it's up to us to enforce those conditions. And this entire showgrounds development has actually been one of compromise and probably death by a thousand cuts by a developer who knows the system, how to play the councils, and we've been a victim of that. And the time is now to stop being soft on them and actually shut the gate, and you might find something will happen. That is literally the only way I can see that you're going to get a satisfactory outcome and a prompt outcome. So I think you need to take a harder line, and it's gone on too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Booth. I don't think we'll be shutting gates. Any right of reply first to the officers, or are you happy for further councillor input? Okay, Councillor Paddington.
I guess I concur with Councillor Booth on most things there, but moving forward, what's the time frame? And my second question is, I presume he will not be granted any other resource consents for that property till this one's sorted.
So the letters are intended to be sent out today or tomorrow once they're finalised. They're sitting there in draft and can provide council with a briefing following the sending of those letters once some of the details have been finalised between myself and Mr Higby. In relation to any future consents, I guess that the reasoning for splitting the roles between myself and Mr Barrow is so that they are able to be assessed on their merits in the context of the legislation in play, because it wouldn't be appropriate to use a consent application to try and enforce compliance with something else. We've got to use the toolbox that is available to us as a compliance authority in an appropriate manner. Otherwise, we'll end up ourselves in a position where we're having to defend our approach. So every consent will be assessed on its merits, but there will be elements of any future consent application that may impact or may not impact on the intersection that we're discussing, and that will be part of any consideration as part of that consent. And then the monitoring and enforcement associated with the existing consents will also continue on its own trajectory as it's currently on, in accordance with our enforcement policy, which sees a graduated response.
So with those letters that get sent out, is there a timeline of 30 working days, 60 working days? How long do they have to respond to your letters?
Yeah, the officers will be putting a timeline where we requested an expected response. I can't recall what that's sitting at currently, but we are cognizant of the need to reach a resolution and make progress on this as soon as possible.
I guess that's my concern, though. You write a letter, he writes another one, back and forth. That's why it's taken 5 years to get here. When do you decide, actually, we're going to do something? Because that's what people want to know.
We can't put a definite timeline on it. What we can say is we're working through a process, and at a certain point, the person who's the enforcement officer in this matter, which is Mr. Hackett, will make a recommendation to take a particular course of action or not, depending on the assessment of the facts. So if he decided, for example, hypothetically, that he wanted to proceed to some sort of higher level of enforcement, an enforcement order, going to court, whatever that might be, he might put that as his assessment of those facts into a recommendation report that would then go to the enforcement panel. The enforcement panel would consider the recommendation, look at the evidence, test the evidence with each other and with Mr. Hackett, and then if they would make a formal recommendation, the officers would then, at that point, engage legal counsel or use in-house counsel, depending on the complexity of the case in front of them, and then we'd start moving through that next phase. So I can't say when, I'm saying we're in a process, we're trying to move through as quickly as is reasonable, and everybody's trying to make objective decisions that are defensible should we need to defend them in court later on. So we've got to protect the organisation, but we've also got to move it through that process, and that's what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Councillor Birch.
Is that, as described, I think you described us as the victim, and I think that is the case, and you can send all the letters and do all the compliance and end up in a regulatory court over this and everything, and we go no further. So one of the key things is that at the end of the day, it was up to the developer to come up with some plan that had to be signed off by NZTA in relation to the intersection. They are the authority, they should have had the plan, and it should have, whatever cost that should have been to the developer, and then that could have moved it along. It all circles back though to the culvert. Nothing is going to be done until the culvert is tackled, and that's going to be replaced. Once that's done, then NZTA can actually move regardless of anything as to a plan and how to approach that intersection. A stakeholder I was speaking to the other day, who is a reasonably intelligent individual, said that he has been speaking with NZTA, who said they are already on the journey. They have the culvert in terms of the design, what it looks like. It's a large boxed culvert to go across, which is usually over a roadway which they would use. The issue of the bluestone on either end, because of the requirements for what they trigger have to be replaced and all that, and the extra cost and what have you. And they've already approaching tendering to contractors already. Is that correct?
So it comes back to there's two issues in play here. There's the consent conditions in relation to the temporary intersection, and there's also the matters of at what time a final new intersection goes in. I have not discussed directly with NZTA, but I'm of the same view, and
I can give you some information around the culvert replacement. So, just to be really clear, there's the culvert replacement that needed to occur that NZTA is funding as part of their works, and then there is the extension, the small extension that would be required to facilitate a permanent intersection. So NZTA have gone out to tender. They have preferred contractor. I believe the contractor is awarded and the culvert replacement part is starting in September, so I believe. So yeah, that part is in hand, and I'll leave the rest to Aaron to work through. But yes, the culvert itself, replacement of the existing, was always being funded by NZTA, and just the small extension was to be developer funded. So NZTA is still working through with the developer for that funding arrangement.
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion? Oh yes, Mayor Bowen.
Just one comment, and not getting away from the simple fact that NZTA and the developer could reach an agreement that builds the appropriate intersection, that future-proofs requirements for that piece of state highway, and then it's done. So those two parties could just get together and find a solution, and the onus is on them to do so.
We put that application forward to them for the agreement with NZTA. So, and that intersection solution was done on the basis, and we actually gave them the okay to do that, not NZTA. NZTA said, well, if you want to do it, you do it, but these are our conditions, and we're not upholding those conditions. So don't keep putting it back on NZTA. We've allowed that to happen.
However, the easiest solution is for those two parties to work together to come forward and redo the intersection.
We are the consent. We're the people actually responsible for enforcing it, not NZTA.
No, I get that, but the solution still, the quickest solution sits with them.
Councillor Booth, are you happy with the answers you received today? Or should I say, are you satisfied with the response? I'm just trying to figure out whether we're close.
It just needs to be things, the roads fall into bits every hour. So, something's sitting in draft. How long has it been sitting in draft?
This week, end of last week, I was asked to step in within the last week, have been on site. The draft letter's been compiled, and it's awaiting a few updates to then be ready to be sent. So,
will it be out by the end of the week?
Yes.
Great.
So that's the action moving forward, as the letter will be out by the end of the week?
Yes, hopefully today or tomorrow, yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
We don't hold them up maybe this afternoon.
Yeah.
But that's not going to change the state of the road. The road won't change and won't be invested in by NZTA culverts done, because they'll do it in train. Yes, absolutely.
So hold on there till September.
Can I just add a little bit of complexity to that? NZTA have an option. The culvert needs replacing. They can replace the culvert as is. However, if the culvert needs extending, that is on the developer, and that is where they're not seeing eye to eye on whether it should be expanded or not. So if NZTA just get on and replace the culvert, the issue then is, without agreement from the developer, you're going to have two bites of the cherry.
Okay, so everyone's got to...
That's the issue.
Thank you,
Consent
Mr.
was
Traynor.
issued based upon the road being widened and the developer picking up that extra cost.
Correct.
So I think historically there's lessons learned along this journey, and we'll just look forward to September when things are in motion again. Lovely. All right. Okay. Thank you for your participation. I'll now close infrastructure meeting at 12:20.
We have the Geraldine Arts Academy group that have been out there for some time. So as far as I go forward, I suggest that we break for 5 minutes. We come back, have your public forum, and then we just do public forum, and then we pause, then we adjourn, and then we'll come back. And then that means that, yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go. So let's kick off with the Commercial and Strategy Committee meeting. We're actually going to run the whole meeting now, so welcome everyone. My haere mai. So what we're going to do is work through the whole paper. At the moment, there is no apologies. I'd just like to welcome Rosie from the Geraldine ward. So what we're going to do then is move to our public forum. Now, with our public forum, we have a whole group, obviously, from the Geraldine Academy and Development of Performance, and what have you. We had a paper to us in PX that we worked through the other week. Unfortunately, that in some way curtails our ability to maybe ask some of your questions, but we welcome you here to do your presentation. You'll notice, councillors, that in the background they'll be running a PowerPoint, so you take note of that. It looks, it's very impressive. So welcome to the table up here, Sarah and, sorry, we're getting a few. Lorena, fantastic. So if you could. Oh, look at that, perfect. So yeah. We've got 10 minutes once from the moment we kick off and what have you, and then you could leave some. I think we've discussed about having some time for some questions, but let's see if we can move it through and push some boundaries if we have to. But we'll get that presentation kicked off now and welcome you to start your presentation.
Good morning, Chairperson Peter Burt, Mayor Nigel Bowen, councillors, and the Timaru District Council senior leadership team. Thank you for granting the opportunity for the Geraldine Academy of Performance and Arts to speak to our application to the Geraldine Land Endowment Fund for the purchase of 79 Tablet Street in Geraldine. My name is Sarah Johnston, Vice Chairperson of the Academy Committee and Geraldine resident of 22 years. Along with myself, we have a small group of community members present who represent the Academy and our local community. They are committee members, Academy members, users, and tutors. Within the small packet provided is a selection of letters of support that we have received from local organizations, the Geraldine High School, and additional community members. We encourage you to read through these to fully understand the impact the Academy has on our community and the importance it has to the overall well-being of the people we serve. Because we are an organization that supports and promotes the arts, being able to visualize what we do is both helpful, inspiring, but also provides clarity. The slideshow you will see highlights some of the classes, workshops, events, and most importantly, the people that engage in our creative offerings. As a not-for-profit organization, the Academy is run by a dedicated committee, which is appointed annually at its AGM. Collectively, we organize our bookings, classes, events, workshops, but also the running of the charity while maintaining our home to the best that our resources and roles as tenants allow. We want to be sure that this committee has clarity and no preconceived ideas regarding our application to the Geraldine Land Endowment Fund for the purchase of land that the Anglican Church Hall at 79 Talbot Street sits upon. This property has been home to the Academy for 13 years and is offered by the St. Mary's Church for us to purchase. The purchase of the property assures the Geraldine community as well as the greater district benefits from having a central arts and cultural center. To confirm, this application is for the initial capital purchase of the property. There is no place like it in our district. A venue specifically dedicated to the arts, both in performance and visual art. For 13 years, the Academy has successfully run classes dedicated to learning musical instruments, hosting both children's and adults choirs, drama, acting, improv classes, visual art workshops, a full spectrum of dance classes from hip hop to flamenco to African dance to drumming to Highland dance, and so much more, as you'll see. The Academy is a place where we learn, we explore, we practice, we empower, we build, we create, and we participate. It's been asked, Why don't we just go someplace else in Geraldine? There is nowhere else. As a committee, we've looked at our options and we've talked to our fellow community members. While we recognize that building utilization is important within a community and that collaborating with other community groups and organizations is crucial to maintain a vibrant and connected community, having a dedicated, central, accessible, and safe venue is vital to the ongoing success of the Academy. Our current location provides that. The Geraldine Cinema, the Lodge Theatre, the Arts Council, the Geraldine Service Centre and Library, the St. Andrews Hall, and the RSA either have venues and/or have a connectedness to the creative world that we currently do collaborate with, as well as support. However, our current home at Talbot Street offers a facility that no other centralized venue currently can provide, a diversity of space, both in size, volume, and function. Great acoustics, on-site storage facilities for our tutors, our props and costumes, as well as a full kitchen and accessible toilets. Due to its central location in Geraldine, our venue can be walked and cycled to safely. This is a vital asset for our young people who attend classes after school. There's also suitable on-site and off-street parking at the current location. It offers our users a unique experience while functionally and creatively meeting their needs. There is no other venue available in Geraldine that could offer both the flexibility of function and location solely focused on the arts. The venue's value is recognized in the key objectives 6 and 7 of the Geraldine strategic plan process, led by our local community board in 2022 and 23, which gave priority in the following 3 years to plan to support and contribute to community-driven projects that offers benefits to the wider community and to nurture existing and new creative endeavors, enterprises, spaces, and activities. To clarify, the proposal is to purchase the land that the Anglican Church Hall sits upon for continual use by the Academy. Any successful funds through this application will go to the purchase price. If the Academy fails to confirm the purchase with the seller, then all money secured for the purchase will be returned to funders. All monies successfully achieved are allocated to a specific bank account, and our records indicate that. If in the future the Academy ceases acting as a charity and requires the property to be sold, all monies that we have been granted by the Geraldine Land Endowment Fund as issued by the TDC will be returned to that fund, will be returned to the fund. Any maintenance improvement costs of the existing building will be fundraised for at a later date. We currently have potential avenues of funding sources for maintenance and improvements of the existing building if we are successful in the purchase of the property. Geraldine prides itself on being a place that supports overall well-being. It provides great walkways, hiking trails, bike trails, rafting opportunities, and other outdoor adventures, as well as providing our community with good health care. The arts and culture deserves a permanent home within our community for the overall health of its members. We are currently aware that this fund has supported other local entities, such as the Peel Forest Outdoor Center, as well as the most recent health hub in Geraldine. The outdoors and the medical world has gained your support through this fund. We ask that you support the arts and culture in the same way. It's important to note what the Academy offers is rare. We are home to many, but most importantly for all people, all ages, demographics, and cultural backgrounds. People need a place that inspires them to learn, to engage, and have a safe place to explore creative endeavors and ideas. For example, Finding Our Voices gives a voice, a family, and a creative outlet for teen and adults with special needs. This weekly program is our longest-running course at the Academy for 13 years. It has been mentioned that Fiona McKenzie, who started Finding Our Voices 13 years ago, has since started a performance academy in Christchurch for similar individuals. She has yet to find a venue that is appropriate and suitable for what she wants to do. She looks at the Academy, our current venue, with envy, as it is a very unusual and special place in the space that it offers. And most recently, for 2 Fridays each month, Teen Academy Geraldine, otherwise known as TAG, meets from 5 to 10:30 p.m. And TAG now offers our youth a safe place to hang out with their peers, to be nourished with good food, and to engage in a whole host of fun activities. We ask that you consider supporting our mission to bring people together to encourage active community engagement through the provision of a safe, accessible, affordable, and inclusive environment. We want to continue to be collaborative, vibrant, and an inclusive hub for the Geraldine area and its members that it supports, enhancing the overall well-being of its people through the participation in the arts, learning, and creativity. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My voice isn't what it usually is. We can all relate to that. I speak to you today as a performing artist, a tutor, a community member of 25 years in Geraldine, and one of the founders of the Academy of Performance and Arts in Geraldine. Now, you don't need to be a fan of the arts or even know much about it to appreciate the importance of it. It is unquestionably the very fiber that binds a community together. Rather than go on about that, you've covered that eloquently, I'd like to tell you a story. We'll call her Elle. Elle came to the Academy as a young adult, painfully shy, diagnosed with learning disabilities and extremely low self-esteem, dependent on the care from social services and family members for her basic needs. After joining the Academy's Finding Our Voices program in 2012, Elle grew in confidence to the point where she now lives independently, has earned her driver's license, and bought her own car. Elle has stated many times that it has been the Academy that is responsible for her transformation. I have many similar stories I could share, but time is limited. Suffice it to say that the impact that the Academy has had on so many individuals and on the community on the whole is profound. I encourage you to watch the short film that another co-founder, Fiona McKenzie, made to highlight these points. I do. Has been made available. I really encourage you to watch that. So, the importance of having an affordable and large venue dedicated to the enrichment of the arts in our community cannot be overstated. The Academy of Venue is not just a building. We're not purchasing a building. It's a home. It's a home. And you have the power to make this a permanent home. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this application.
Great, and I'll note that we have gone well over time, so that there isn't, unless there's an appetite among the councillors to ask some questions. Look, thank you. Yes, we have. Oh, yes, Councillor Oliver, you have to.
Well done for coming to say it's never easy speaking in front of the council like you have today, but I thought your presentation's awesome. I'm looking at all those slides and I think each one's a poster for the events you've had, so it just goes to show how many actual events and those sorts of things you've had there, be it concert, be it somewhere to learn how to draw, or whether it be just somewhere to hang out. I know the tag group, setting up that tag group's been instrumental for the young people of Geraldine to be able to go on a Friday night and be able to spend some time together with friends and share some food and stuff. And so, yeah, look, to be honest, I don't know why we wouldn't fund this, to be fair, because this is more than just somewhere, a concert venue or a thing. It is a place of the community can enjoy for years on. I do agree, knowing all the facilities that you guys mentioned won't suit your needs. Moving to the Geraldine Pitch Theatre won't suit your needs. You're more than just drama, you're more than just having a stage to be on. So, look, I think it will be a shame if this didn't happen, because I think it would be not forward-thinking for the arts in Geraldine. So, yeah, I think that we should be definitely thinking about funding this.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much for the presentation today. Obviously, the application that was made doesn't cover the entirety of the purchase of the building. So I was just wondering if you could elaborate on how you were looking to raise the full cost. And also you talked about in your presentation just then around those maintenance and ongoing costs, because there's always going to be those concerns when you own it. So I just wondered if you could just give me a quick brief on that, please.
Great question. The funds, we currently have raised $20,000 towards the project. We have put in an application to other funders, which you're waiting to hear back from as well. There are a couple of different other fundraising options. We have an event coming up in late August. We're working in collaboration again with the Geraldine Cinema to celebrate the centenary, I believe, of that facility. So we're working together collectively for a fundraiser. We're also looking at Give a Little pages and also concepts that work around buying a portion of the building, where you might own a square meter of the building, so it's kind of collectively looking at the way the community can actually get behind this rather than not just obviously the larger funding sources. In terms of maintenance and renovation, we currently are working, we're about to undergo working with an individual through his business to assess the overall risk and the health of the building, to fully understand what the maintenance, what is going to be required. We understand kind of generally on the surface, and some of those with some of the work we do understand that, but we need to get that written down so that we can then go to potential funders. So we have been in a position where we've been tenants of the building for the 13 years we've been in existence. And with that, we have not been able to make any improvements because we can't get funds because we don't own the building. So that has been quite limited to us, and our landlords have not necessarily been overly forthcoming with a lot of funds to maintain the building.
There was a building report presented to the Geraldine Community Board. Have you seen that? There was a building report maybe 18 months ago. I'm just trying to look at Councillor Oliver. Yes. That was presented, and have you read that report?
Well, I personally have not. Another member of our committee has, but what we want to have done is get more of a commercial approach to that. So we're looking at working with a gentleman, Dave Johns of Solutionaring, who's going to be coming in and kind of creating greater reports and putting dollar figures to things so that we're just not looking at it as like, oh, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. We need to know the dollars.
Sorry, just quickly. So you're expecting that the current rent you're paying will, because you won't be paying rent any longer, that is sufficient to be able to maintain the building. So what I'm effectively saying is you do have enough money to maintain the building because you're not paying the rent anymore. So you've done a bit of a cost assessment on that?
Yes, we have.
Any further questions?
The thing is, to be made clear, is that if we need to, if there's a major plumbing issue, for example, that is something that we will have to fundraise for, and we will need to be assessing. But we do not necessarily know what all those specific details are and the costs associated with them as of yet.
Fantastic. Look, again, thanks for coming and adding context and putting your views in there. And I know you've got a significant advocate with Councillor Oliver and in terms of what's happening there. So thank you. I'd just like it to make sure that we're noted that we went off script to be effectively because we need to move a motion actually for the meeting to be swapped to facilitate the public forum item. So if we, I'll move that. If I can have a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Oliver. All those in favour? Against, so moved. So thank you.
Thanks heaps.
Now we're just going to carry on. Yeah, that's all good.
Do you want to just explain that we'll consider that at the end? Yeah.
Yep, sorry. So we'll move on. Just for those online, I understand that we have, because of time constraints and because we had a significant a group from Geraldine that we did move, so we've gone off script, and so that the community services paper will be after this. So with that in mind, moving on, looking to item 3, items of a urgent business or of a minor nature. Point 4, have we got anyone who has an interest in that? No, moving on, thank you very much. Declarations of a conflict of interest. Excellent. So we'll move to confirmation of minutes from the meeting on the 15th of April 2025. Someone like to move those? Thank you, Councillor Jackson, and seconded by Councillor Booth. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much. Moving on to the schedule of functions attended, and there is, before I move that and get a second, I'd just like to make an amendment. Both items on the 16th of April, I managed to score a editable version of it so that I could meet my requirements, and left, I think, Councillor Pye's pieces in there. Councillor Scott. Thank you very much. So I'll have those removed. With those amendments, I'll move the recommendation for that be received and noted. A seconder, please. Councillor Scott, well done. All those in favour? Against? So carried. Very good. Okay, so moving to reports, and 8.1 on page 14, and so I know that I suppose, Stephen, you're going to talk to those, any particular ones there?
Through the Chair, we'll take the report as read. There are some actions that were closed off in the last meeting which are noted there. The remaining items are the management plan for the Rangitata Huts Reserve and the Chrome Platers building, both which have updates for this month. So if there's any questions, it's probably with Mr. Dixon. Sorry, I'm being quiet today. So there's 2 items remaining on the actions list. One was closed off in the last meeting. They're both sitting with the group structure if you have any questions.
Yes, Councillor Piddington.
Thank you. I was just interested in the chrome platers, currently in discussion, the last point with ECAN around requirement for boreholes and testing. Can someone explain are we going to stop doing it? Do we need more? Doesn't tell me exactly what it is.
Yes, Mr. Dixon will come forward and talk to us on that. So I have been talking to Mr. Dixon in relation to this and how this is moving along and why, and he will enlighten us. We just have to be very, very considerate as to what any outcome or discussions mean for us as a council in terms of potential cost. Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
So in regard to the boreholes, there are a number of existing monitoring wells that were installed a number of years ago, about 2019, and we have a consent around those. So the idea is that they're part of our consent condition to monitor those. Now, ECAN do the monitoring free of charge for us as part of our partnership agreement, I guess, with this building. But there are a number of wells that are missing and will have been damaged. So we have to basically renew 3 of them, which is just to keep the continuity of the testing results. They are located towards the sea. It's unlikely that they would actually be anything. There is another one there that we are not touching because we believe that there is 2 other monitoring wells in close proximity to that, so there's no need to spend the money on that. But
so the obvious question would be then in terms of, can you give us some sort of quantum of cost?
we're looking at about $30,000. Yeah.
What's the point?
Each or for all of it?
To reinstate the wells, yeah.
And do we have a budget anywhere for that, or?
Yes, we do, yeah.
We'd already made a decision it was going to get knocked over and we're going to deal with the contamination. And then, so, you know, it is what it is, and you've already, so, yeah, aren't we going to knock it down and get rid of it?
We have lodged an application with Ministry of Environment to dismantle or dispose of the contaminated material. So,
We know what we're dealing with. Why are we going to spend another $40,000 or $50,000 for no reason at all?
it's part of our agreement with ECAN in making sure that we protect the environment, and it's the coastal environment they're interested in. So what it is likely to demonstrate, and that's what we need to prove, is that the leachate, or the contaminated site, is not leaching through the port area out to sea. So that's why it's important that we demonstrate that is not happening, that it is contained.
I'll give you some context so that you might understand. There's two parts to this. One, that the mechanisms by which we ended up being the landlord, if you like, in relation to a holding point for that particular building and the land around it. We've got an agreement with ECAN to make sure that there is nothing leaching from that building, and while there isn't anything leaching from it, it means that unless there's a significant event like an earthquake, which will basically mean that we will have to do something to it, that it gets left. Now, the reason we want it left there is because we want to hold our position, and our position should be and has been for many terms that we were the landlord by the default because of the circumstances, and we don't want to have to bowl that building and labour the cost onto our ratepayers. There's an application to MFE for the full cost. If we go and use the existing mechanisms by which we can make an application, it's only 50% funded. So looking at how it came about and holding our position here, we want, if it has to be demolished and dealt with, we want to make sure that our ratepayers are not in any way responsible for that. Councillor Pye.
So we spend 30k, we drill these wells, it's determined that contamination is occurring. What happens then? They tell us to demolish it, but that's already the plan. What? I don't understand.
The wells are just basically a requirement as a landholder. 30k is a small amount. If it shows that there's leaching beyond that, then that triggers the next thing, and we need to get a really steel back here and just hold our position that ratepayers shouldn't be paying for anything to do with dealing with it. That's my position. It was previous council's position, and then we go back to the government and say, right.
I understand that. I just wonder why ECAN are forcing us to drill more wells with no outcome. Like, we've already got a plan. I don't understand why they are making us.
It's part of the.
We've got a plan, but that plan's unfunded at the moment. So yeah.
It was one of the things that we did have to bend over for when we ended up being the landlord. That those the sampling was done. It's done by ECAN with no cost, but those wells and maintaining those wells that they do the testing from, unfortunately, is on us. Councillor Pye.
This is not a new thing, so why have they just all of a sudden gone, you need to drill more wells?
Mr Dixon.
So obviously these wells were a requirement right from the start. Why has it taken ECAN to this point to enforce us to drill those wells when we're so close to the finish line? It's a waste of money.
Yeah, I guess they're wanting to. I think the process will still be a number of years away yet, even if we get the funding, and that they want to keep their environmental monitoring and the protection of the environment is what they're wanting. You know, the wells are located on TDHL land and were damaged as part of our construction, so there is an option there. Perhaps we seek to recover costs from TDHL.
So we're not, to make it clear, we're not close to an end game here. We are trying to rely on central government to come to our aid. This particular building, in terms of contamination, sits well up in the top 10 within New Zealand. And again, we just need to hold firm as to the principles and processes that ended us holding the can, if you like, and becoming the landlords for that building. Questions?
Just one.
Oh, sorry.
The results so far have been fine though, haven't they?
Yes, that's correct, in those locations, yes.
So I get if we have an earthquake, but we'll be panicking about lots of stuff. So doesn't it seem pointless if all the results have been clear that we've got to spend 30k to drill holes to have more clear results? I just don't get the process.
The last results were a number of years ago, and they're wanting another set of testing just to demonstrate that the measures that we have in place to hold the site and not have any further leachate out there are actually still in place and still working.
So, and the key is when we're talking about contamination, we're talking about contamination beyond what we would normally consider reasonable in an environment. These are massively carcinogenic, chemicals and what have you. So yes, we do need to know and understand. And if it started to show that they were leaking in the environment, again, we would then that would trigger a whole lot of things happening.
I guess, again, just having just woken up in the morning and said, oh, you need to go and drill more wells, there must be more underlying reasons for this. Do we know what those underlying reasons is? Are they thinking that there's going to be some sea ingress in groundwater or anything like that?
Not.
Or have they talked about any of that stuff?
We're not drilling more wells, we're actually drilling replacement wells. So the wells we had, there are 2 that have been, for want of a better word, destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay? So effectively, our requirement is to monitor that site from that location, so we've got to put down the wells.
I'm intrigued by the word destroyed. What destroyed them? Is someone else responsible for this?
It's on TDHL's land, and someone has either put stuff on the top of them or gravel has gone down into them. Number of reasons.
That the fact that I think the monitoring should have been done quite more regularly, and now all of a sudden it's triggered again, and it will be triggered. And I'd say it's not beyond the pale that this is happening because of the application we've made to MFE, and so they need to show good purpose or good practice, and also MFE, the other questions they're going to ask in relation to how contaminated it is and is there an effect at the moment. So I think they are the key things there.
I hope someone's going to point out to TDHL the new wells so they don't put shingle down them or destroy them.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that while that building is there, there is potential for contamination of the environment. So we just need to make sure to be responsible and make sure that that's not happening. The chemicals in that building, are significant,
Right, without further ado, I'd like to someone to move that paper, note the updates and actions from the register, and that's Councillor Scott and Councillor Booth. All those in favour? Against? So moved. Thank you. There's no other consideration for urgent business or a minor nature. There was nothing from the public forum for items requiring any further considerations.
So what is the next move from here for the public forum item? Like, we can't just go, thanks for coming.
Until the paper comes out of public excluded or aspects or actions from that, we either need another paper or we decide ourselves.
I was going to say, we either need another paper because that paper's been dealt with. So we either need, do we just resolve not to do anything, or do we ask for another paper?
If you discuss this in PX after the After you've accepted the minutes, you can request if another paper application is made.
Thank you. Good point, thank you. So now we'll move to exclusion of public, and moved in by Councillor Pye and seconded by Your Worship, Mr Barnes. So all those in favour? Against? So carried.
Good afternoon. 2 o'clock. Oh, there's the clock there. Welcome to Community Services Committee meeting Tuesday, 17th of June. Before we get into the meeting, I just want to move and acknowledge that we have rearranged the committee meetings today to accommodate the public forum for commercial and strategy. So just noting the change around. So I'm happy to move that. Councillor Pye is happy to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. We have no apologies today, just noting Councillor Parker's just stepped out. No public forum. Items of urgent business. Matters of minor nature. Good job, team. Okay. Declaration, any conflicts of interest? That's normally me anyway, isn't it, to be fair? Okay, so let's move to confirmation of minutes. I just had one, and that was the spelling of my name is incorrect. That's fine. I'll let you away with it this time. No, just kidding. Is there anything else there? Okay. I'm happy to move those. Councillor Booth, are you happy to second those? All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Good stuff. Okay. Right, now we move to, me again, 7.1, schedule of events. Mine is correct, unlike Councillor Burt's. I don't think there's anything of, what did we do? Oh, we had Anzac Day. That feels like a lifetime ago, but I just want to acknowledge Temuka Community Board for making me feel incredibly welcome on the day, because I obviously spent the whole day in the big TKA, so it was awesome and I loved it. So thank you so much, especially to Charles. That's okay, thank you. No, so it was awesome, I loved it. And there was something else I was just going to acknowledge. No? Yes? Oh, welcome Rosie. She's not there though, is she? Oh, she is behind there. Oh, sorry, Rosie. Rosie's here. Thanks, Rosie. Oh. There was something else. No, it's gone. Right, happy to move. Oh no, it was our trip to Christchurch. So we attended the Zone 5 and 6 conference. Councillor Burt, me, Nigel and myself, and it was excellent. It was a great 2 days. So again, you know, one of those things, good with the bad, but no, it was very well worth being there. Some very topical conversations, and I was very proud of the Mayor when he stood up and gave everyone a rev up about water. It was brilliant. So I felt very proud to be part of Timaru District Council at that conference. So I just want to acknowledge that it was well worth it. Okay, so I'm happy to move my Chair's report. Councillor Jackson's going to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, moving to report 8.1, action register update. Okay, Paul, do you want to take over? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, this shouldn't take too long because all the subject matter experts are having their nap time because we went past this morning's session. But now they're all double booked with other meetings, so I'll do my best. So the first action was for the assessment of bequests for collections at the Eggentai Art Gallery, and there's no change there. We're still waiting on this code of ethics by which the sector writes and creates its policies, so that's on hold. The cafe at Sea Bay, full profit and loss report, we do have that. We are having a close look at options, so we are talking to people in the private sector. We're also considering other ways of running the cafe, and we will bring something to the council in the near future. It won't be as part of the 17-hour review. The 17-hour review of the district pools is purely on that, and I can speak to that shortly because I think that might be another action. But yeah, we're considering all options. In the meantime, the unit managers, Mike Wrigley's working towards making the best of what he's got, what he can within the employment agreements that exist, and he is slowly chipping away at that loss as as indicated here. But we'll bring more information to council on that, or to the committee, in the near future.
Can I offer my services, something I've been involved in for the last 20 years, something called hospitality, and it would be worth showing me the P&L so we can look to bring some recommendations forward, understand that there's someone else looking at it, but I could give you some relatively good advice.
That'd be much appreciated. We'll take any and all advice.
Yeah, if you want to flick it through to me, I'll have a look. Thanks.
Cheers. There are some sensitivities which I'll speak to you offline about that stuff. Yeah. District pools, the 17-year review is complete. It's going to SLT on Thursday. We'll then, having talked about it as a group, we will go away, do the analysis and bring some back to full council. And there are some clear steps that we can take to make some significant savings. But as always, it's in tension with expectations around levels of service. But we'll cover all that off in a report that we bring back. Egg and tie, that's closed off. Egg and tie full and final report. My understanding is we are looking at the lift happening in August, and then coming back with a full report. But we have been updating the chair in the interim, so we do have a level of comfort, I think, in terms of elected members being kept up to date with it. So that's where that's at. The libraries, we did, Councillor Shannon asked us for some detail around what was happening with the libraries. It was in here, but it was about 3 or 4 pages of data. It didn't make for good reading, or interesting reading. It was good reading. So we decided we can either bring it back as a report, or alternatively book some time out with the manager. For example, if it's just yourself that wants that information, we're more than happy to sit down with you and take you through it. If you want to see it as a group, we'll have to put it in a report and bring it back to the committee, because there was quite a lot of information in it.
We're going to get. I'm catching up with Michael, and what we might do, if it's worthwhile, to suggest it's formulated when presented in a way that would be useful for everybody.
Yep, happy to bring it either way. Happy to bring it back.
But we're going to catch up.
Okay. Next cab off the rank is the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, and I think that'll be covered off quite nicely by Stacey in a short time, and His Worship, no doubt. And what have we got? The Smarty Grants. We're going live on the 1st of July, I believe, and we're just having testing at the moment. Is that right, Claire? Yeah. So that'll be exciting, and it'll be interesting to get that feedback from those people who apply as to what their experience is after that. Yeah.
I can add to that too. Naomi has sent me the test page, and so I've had the opportunity to go in and just look at how it functions, and it's excellent. So I want to acknowledge the team. They've done a great job. It is a big task to get this up and running. So the 1st of July, I'm sure there'll be a high five in that team. So yeah, it's looking great. So I think this will be much better for all our community who want to, well, if we keep the grants. Yes, Mr. Piddington.
Just on that, I know not everyone's tech savvy, so we have got support in place if someone wants to come in and learn it, per se.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Naomi has put together a plan for educating people and making herself available to step through using the Smarty Grants platform. So hopefully it'll be quite a smooth transition and people will get the hang of it because it's quite intuitive, so it's not difficult to use.
Perfect, because that's where we get caught sometimes.
We've just recently had a template developed for community board targeted rate applications. Is there a plan to incorporate that into Smarty Grants so people can use the same platform when applying for targeted rate information?
I don't know yet, but we can find out. Not a problem.
So my question probably should have been, is that on the next steps?
Okay, great stuff. If there's no further questions, then I will get the wording from here of what we call this. Sorry. I can never remember if I just receive a note, the updates to the action register. Oh, Councillor Paddington.
Just before we do that, one of my frustrations is we don't have dates on some of these. Like it just says we'll return to, you know, and they just glide. So,
A completion date?
well, no, a section 17A will be presented to council. When?
Well, we just heard from that, so it's going to SLT on Thursday, and then they will work together to analyse the report to bring it to full council. But you're saying, what's the date of that?
Yeah, I just wanted, because what's happened in the past, Paul, is we've had that and no one actions it and 3 months go past. So if we can just have what date it will be there, it just takes.
I'm keen as mustard to bring it. The only reason there isn't a date there is because the 2 meetings that you have on in July relate to water, and I didn't want to muddy those waters with, thank you very much, thank you, with this report. But I'm more than happy to bring it if there is capacity on the agenda. We can do that work and bring it back in July.
And even with the egg and tie, it would be good to know a proposed date when that lift will be in. So we've got a target we're moving towards, because it doesn't, we know what we know, but the community doesn't, a la Strathallan Corner. You know, completed today. Oh no, it's not. And my final one was a kind person in the community offered to have a look at the pump house. I just wondered, have we thanked them for their time? Do they know we've declined it again?
I haven't thanked them for their time, so I'll look into that and make sure that I do.
I mean, it's just, I'm not trying to be painful, but when people in the community offer time and effort, we might say no, but it's nice they are acknowledged for their.
So we have a report in front of us, Mayor's Task Force for Jobs Program Update, so welcome. I will just hand it straight over.
First time on the speaker, so bear with. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take the report as read. I think if anybody has any questions, now's your chance, but I will have a bit of a presentation which might answer some of your questions anyway. Yep.
Don't you do the presentation and then we'll go to questions?
Can't actually see it as well as I would have liked, so bear with, you might have to buckle up here. Okay, so I wanted to do a bit of a rundown using, well, in a bit of a different format to a standard written report, just because that's how I like to do it. So I wanted to sort of say, well, tell you all in sort of a kind of way of what our main aims were when we got the contract last year. Sort of break it down in our key deliverables, which were essentially to work with our 16 to 24-year-olds in the Timaru district. So that included Timaru, Temuka and Geraldine. Those of which would be at risk of essentially ending up on the job seeker benefit. We were fortunate enough to be able to form some really good relationships with the high schools around, which meant that we could get our foot in the door with those young people quite early. But they had to be not on an educational pathway, so we couldn't take them out of education, and that's not our aim. The outcomes are measured based on full-time employment of up to 30 hours. and we get a tick over as a sort of outcome, as I'll talk about on the next slide, when they are in 3 months permanent full-time work. So at a glance, our progress so far is that since sort of about the end of August last year, we have had 54 people, I say people, not young people, I'll go on to that, signed up to the MTFJ program. 23 have been placed as employment full-time, part-time or full-time study. But what we can count, based on our key deliverables, is that 17 of all those, 17 are placed in full-time employment, 6 are casual contracts, and 3 are on apprenticeships. And I think that's a 16, sorry about my glasses, they're for show obviously. 16 are actually sustainable outcomes, so can officially be ticked over as we've achieved it. So where are they employed? No surprise really, is that agriculture is up there as one of the top, but we have got quite a bit. I'll have to refer to my own slides because I still can't really see that. If anybody can help me out, they can. Would be hospitality. So hospitality, trades and agriculture. All of the people that I've worked with that have been placed into jobs have been placed into jobs in this district, apart from one who actually moved to Christchurch to work. But we still talk, it's all right, there's no hard feelings. Some younger clients return to full-time study in order to compete well in the sort of employment space. It's always key if they are on an education pathway or dabbling in it. It would be kind of like, I like to say, well, do you want to upskill a bit more? So we like them to have the best shot at employment as we can. So as we connected wherever we could, essentially. So local high schools, Careers and Transition Education Association, which is the CAPE group, which are the careers advisors in all the high schools in the region. Driver licensing agencies, both the bigger and smaller agencies. And just, Nigel will know well, just turning up to schools when they have the space in their calendar or time in the week to speak with Year 13s. Just anywhere that would have us, as you'll see. Let's Connect Geraldine, the Multicultural Festival, the Careers Expo and Careers Fair last year after Smithfield, and lots of community spaces where, again, just being very present in the community, being very visible. And what the day-to-day looks like, really, is getting to know the individual. They might come from, we know that they can come from all types of backgrounds. Some have a career pathway, but for whatever reason can no longer continue. Maybe that be through injury or job loss. So not assuming that they're all going to come with the same set of skills. They may be way more skilled than we can imagine. So just giving them the space to actually talk through what they want to do. And then, just working on those upskilling, CV skills, how to have conversation, how to pick up the phone and make a doctor's appointment, and going out to work in partnership with our local services, Arowhenua Whānau services, Te Ai Tarakihi, and just making ourselves very available to those connections. And again, you would have perhaps heard that we did have a forklift out there in the car park to do our forklift training. We'll be running a training next week for traffic management. And that again is, it may be that a young person comes along and says, hey, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, well, I've got a training coming up and you might actually quite like that. So yeah, they do have to come with a very willing attitude, but we can work with that for sure. And of course, motivation. So the job seeker stats in Timaru, as we probably are aware, that they have increased in the last year. We do know that, in summary, kind of around those stats, is that although our young people gravitate to jobs in trades and hospitality, that tends to be where the first cuts come in, because it's that extra funding, extra money in the back pocket that people don't have to spend. So people reduce staff numbers, and also they're willing to take on young people or clients, but they can't offer them those full-time hours. They're just not in that position to. So the summary and next steps for us, it's just kind of a roundup of saying we have increased from 12.1% to 12.9% over the last year, but we're not, I'm not too stressed about that at the moment, so that's good. So I think where we will be ahead of it is that MTFJ is so flexible in the way that we can approach each young person, or older than that, with flexibility. We do have that quick access to funding for things like driver licences, GP visits, anything that is a barrier to employment, we try and overcome. And I think that the relationships that we've developed along the way will really help us to get a foot in the door with potential employers that may be sort of dipping their toe and showing interest that they would like to get on board and employ more people when they've got a little bit more money to spend. We can maybe jump in and say, look, we can help you out with that, and kind of it be a bit of there's got to be a trusting relationship on both parties, for the employer and the young person, so we want to make it as easy and positive as possible. And then feedback from those at the centre of our mahi, just some quotes from young people that I drew out over the time, just a bit of a roundup of how they felt and if they, what they got out of it, if they did, and for a large percentage, a lot, which is what we can hope for. And I think for the 23 that are now employed, they're in a way better position than they were, a few months ago, a year ago. And because that partial support is in place for when they are employed, I get to see that, and I get to sort of, converse with them over their successes and their wins, and that's kind of essentially what we're really proud of. And that's it in a nutshell, really. So thank you.
I see the targets to the end of June. What's happening next year? Have we got the funding rolled over? Where are we at?
We have been offered we're in talks for the next step. So we're just waiting to receive the contract. There's a bit of a change coming next year for the next financial year, so they're just working through the finer details. But we have been offered, we know how much we might get, how many outcomes we will need to achieve. It's just a little bit different from the current cohort that are being worked with. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can, sorry, probably expand on that if you like. So one of the big challenges that the groups, mayors across the country are struggling with is 25 years ago it was set up to fill that need of young people not in education. Of course, you've got government priorities that are focusing on reducing people off job seeker. So I was in a governance group meeting on Friday in Wellington, and I think the national contract had just landed because they were still renegotiating some stuff, so that should hopefully come down to us soon. We've had their commitment around roughly what it's going to be and those sort of things, and I don't think any of that will be at risk. The biggest change that we have to get our head around is it's going to be focused, majority of outcomes will be focused in taking people off job seeker. As you'd probably expect, it hasn't really been much of a challenge for our group, Stacey, Jess and myself. However, some of the mayors and groups that have been doing this job program for a lot longer probably aren't as, it's taking a little bit more time for them to get their head around what that means. But I think no matter what, if we've got a program that's proactively working with young people to get them, off job seeker into work, it's got to be a good thing. And I think that's generally the philosophy. There's a few councils that are they're conscious of now, hey, we can't work with these needs. Not technically correct, but we don't get the funding or the outcome based on working with those ones. So the challenge is meeting your requirement under the agreement with MSD and putting most of your focus here, whereas still working with the NEETs, and then creates probably a gap with the NEETs, which has been discussed at certainly a governance level and will continue to be discussed with central government. One of the probably major changes is MTFJ has largely worked as an organisation with an agreement back to MSC. What they're doing at a governance level is forming a trust as well, so it means that we can access other funding as well, and then there's individual councils. As an example, Haranui had someone very generous in their community give $100,000 for a year to help support that neat space, and there's a few of those sort of things happening as well. So it'll be interesting to watch. I think we're obviously pretty focused on making it continue to work. The challenge that you've got is the government's probably trying to do more with less in a way. We haven't reduced our funding, but other MTFJs have had reduced funding. Overall, the MTFJ is the same amount of funding, but it's really around performance. But there's other groups that have lost funding locally. So that's something just to watch, because it will put pressure on. But it's certainly, with the amount of NEETs, with the amount of young people on Job Seeker, there's certainly a need for the program. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great initiative, so well done. I was a bit confused about some of the figures, though. It says here that in order to keep it going, we have to have at least 20 sustainable employment outcomes by the 30th of June, but then we've got a figure here that says we've only had 16. So does that mean we have to have another 4 between now and the end of June, or is it just a given? Or have I read that wrong?
No. It's all... how to explain it? It's they are in employment, but they need to be officially counted. They need to be in place for 3 months. So it all depends on when it falls. We could have people that aren't counted as a placement until we fall into the next contract, like into the next year. So, but I think we're when I last looked, we were at 23 placements, 24 placements anyway. So I aimed higher in the hope that we would have them all.
We also have a little bit of wriggle room because, of course, Stacey didn't actually start working here until the end of August. So all of the outcomes that she's already achieved have happened in a much shorter time frame as well. So there is that little bit of wriggle room that we've kind of agreed upon with MTFJ, but yeah, not officially, but we'll definitely reach it regardless.
I'm interested in how that funding works. So I was really surprised to see that within that 180K, we also can offer wage subsidies, we can cover the cost of training. So please tell me that this is all within budget, or we're not going above and beyond what our grant is.
We are well under budget. Yeah, there is no concern about that at all. Yeah, we are able to retain $20,000 after the 30th of June for those outcomes that are still, for any pastoral support they'll need following that date. And we will have, we've definitely got that.
Reassuring to hear. I was also quite interested in the key partnerships on clause 13, where we do, all our partnerships are around those secondary schools, education and training providers, which to me is really interesting when we cannot get children, or not young people, from an education provider. So why are they such key partnerships, and for a program that cannot?
I think the earlier you can get to someone and let them know what options are available, the better. So it might be that I come across a young person that has got their they're not really entirely sure what they want to do, but they've got a couple of ideas, or perhaps their parents have said, you might want to try this. It might be that I work with them and they try something and then don't really want to do it anymore, so that they need another option. So in terms of your question, do you mean education providers like...
You've got here secondary schools, and to me, they have career advisors, they have My Next Move, they have all of these things in the school environment. And so I'm wondering why why Mayoral Task Force is also stepping into a space where they are not our target market.
Our key point of difference is that we work with the not in education, employment or training. So Venture Timaru and My Next Move specifically work in high schools to expose them to careers outside and to aid in next steps. We are essentially working with people that are falling through the gaps potentially of education, so that they haven't actually had that exposure or been shown necessarily the pathways. It might be that that a careers advisor has got in touch and said they're not doing too well in this space. They're really good, they're really hands-on, but they're not doing well in the environment, which is not unusual, and that's when we can step in. So kind of different areas of, not expertise, but different target markets with all of us providers, really. And I think the communication between all of us has been really key to make sure that we are all, working with who we need to work with, handing off when we need to, pass on to someone in that space.
Yeah, look, and I think, a couple of schools certainly that I visited with Stacey sort of really welcomed it, because they identified, in one school, well over a dozen, and they flooded in while we were there, of, people that were likely to exit school with no pathway. And this was something that could continue that support, because once they're, left school and their careers advisor can't sort of help them anymore. So they were actually welcoming it as the sort of the next step. So it wasn't about taking them from education. It was about being able to pass them on to something so they weren't lost in the system, so they just didn't go to the PlayStation sort of scenario. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank Stacey for the work she's been doing. I've been a little bit involved there, and her passion for young people is evident, so well done, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pye. If there's no further questions, then thank you very much. It was great to get this report, and it just shows you some of the fantastic stuff that we're doing within our community, so thank you so much. So we'll receive and note this program update. Moved by Councillor Pye, seconded by Councillor Oliver. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Okay, now we are on to report 8.3, Community Services Update. Is that you, Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'll just present the report and take any questions. Thank you very much.
Just the note 37 on the Plunkett Art Show there. It's the Forsyth Bar Art Show, isn't it? Is it? I thought Forsyth Bar were the main sponsor now. Okay. And I just wondered about the fact that the Rotary Timaru North decided to have an auction the week before the RSM Plunkett Show. That was, that was a bit on the nose, quite frankly. I don't know who organised that. But it certainly undermined the Plunkett Art Show fundraiser. Just a comment.
Unfortunately, the gallery manager isn't here this afternoon. I was aware of that, but having looked at both what was for sale in terms of the products, there were quite different offerings, I think. But yeah, it's not ideal that one would follow on from the next when you've got a finite amount of money in the community. I acknowledge that, Councillor Booth. Thanks.
I think, the sports awards were the same night. Yeah. It's probably more that conflicted with the art show, I would have thought. Yeah.
That's all right. Just concerned, Seabay for Fitness Point 43. Which one is it? 41. Growing concern of lack of parking at Seabay. They'll get that, particularly for disabled spaces. Surely we can mark some close to the door disabled, and us healthy, fit people can walk from wherever.
Absolutely, we can look at that, and that will be a suggested action from that. It's just something that's building, and we are receiving more and more complaints, and we are very well used by people over a certain age in our community, as you might imagine, and there are mobility issues within that group as well. So we're more than happy to look at that. Yeah.
Well, that's the first thing to sort out, get the people that need access close to the door.
It's a matter of there's not enough, because the access is right there by the door. We just need more. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yes, there's none in that area, so you'd need to find a new space. Where they currently are, it has got accessible parking and it's got parent small child, and I think, what was there? There's about 8, I think, from memory. And so it's whether you go and take out other car parks further down, south of the building, because you can't build anymore in that space.
That's my suggestion, though. Make it easy for those with young children by painting another or whatever.
I think the manager was flagging this as a growing issue and trying to make it visible, because I think it's more than mobility. He even expressed a view during the 17A around filling in the outdoor pool and having it as parking. So, yeah. He was just expressing a view, though. So it is quite desperate, I think, at peak times for parking, generally speaking. So it's something that we're looking at, and yeah, we need to address it. Yeah.
Some councillors have their way. Once they put the coffee machine in there, there'll be lots of parks, so we won't have to worry about it.
Time to move this one on. I just wanted to acknowledge point 22. The library welcomed almost 1,400 participants for activities across the district during the Stomp and Raw dinosaur-themed April School Holidays program. How cool was that? And that is a lot of young people. So great work, our libraries, for helping parents with school holiday program activities. Right, if there's no further good questions, you've got your hand on there. Is this...
I was just questioning whether you were stomping or roaring.
I'm going to do both in a minute if you don't watch it. So I'm happy that we receive and note the Community Services Update Report. Councillor Shannon is very proud to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so no urgent business items for consideration, no minor nature matters for consideration. We don't have any, we didn't have public forum, so I can close the meeting at 2:35. Thank you.